Highland Park, Detroit. FM 88.1 WHPR, Highland Park.
WVIE 107.3 FM Charlotte, Amalia, Virgin Islands.
SOS Graphic Design provides agency-quality professional graphic design services from established companies to startups and individuals, creating a simple logo to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166 or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Have you ever searched through a shelf full of greeting cards and still couldn't find the one that echoed how you felt? Well, search no more and call Designs by Deej. We offer birthday cards. Our cards are one-of-a-kind keepsake items that your recipient will want to place on their mantle with all of their other beautiful and treasured items. We also offer holiday cards. With Designs by Deej, no holiday will go unnoticed. Our unique greeting cards are sure to celebrate all holidays. We also have cards for special occasions. We are your one-stop shop for unique and three-dimensional, handmade greeting cards for all occasions. Specializing, we also take custom orders. Every card is crafted with care and made with love. So call Designs by Deej today at 601-451-9536 or visit our website www.designsbydeej.com.
Attention, brothers and sisters, viewers and listeners, coming soon, your Son of Man Speaks Magazine digital subscription. Your digital subscription to the Son of Man Speaks Magazine will also include our monthly e-newsletter, both delivered to your inbox. If you have any questions regarding the digital magazine subscription or digital newsletter, you may send an email to Shabazz Printing at thenewnationofislam.com. That's Shabazz Printing at thenewnationofislam.com. Or call 1-601-786-9788. That's 1-601-786-9788. Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of The Son of Man Speaks from these select locations: Sisters, Braid 2, 18070 Mount Elliott, the Shell Gas Station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9788. That's 601-786-9788. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
Come check out the new Sisters Braid 2 hair braiding and natural hair care salon, located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists, and check out our many hair care services, such as hair treatments, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, Havana twists, children's braids, natural twists, lock extensions, kinky twists, goddess locks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraid2.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braid 2, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braid 2 is a proud recipient of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information, 313-868-0000, the local number. Again, 313-868-0000. Support the
To make your online tithes, offerings, donations, gifts to the Son of Man through Cash App, make your payment to $New Nation of Islam. That's $New Nation of Islam. Or call 601-786-7056. 601-786-7056.
The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure, have you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon on WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR, and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible, and if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning? You can call them live on the air at area code 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just, I greet you all once again who are hungry and thirsty for the true understanding of the Word of God and also the truth in general. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's salam alaikum. Before we get into scriptural material, we are going to get into some political material. And we have a guest that many of you are already familiar with, Miss Agnes Hitchcock. And I have always extended her the invitation to come on and share with us you know, political news and other things that many of us don't keep up with. And so I want to welcome Ms. Hitchcock in. Ms. Agnes, are you there? Press 5* if you're in the 601 conference room, or *6 if you're in the 717. Do you see her? Okay. Miss Hitchcock?
Am I here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to come back again, and I certainly appreciate it.
You're very welcome, sister.
Thank you. So I'm just going to take a little time and talk about the upcoming election in November. There are 3 proposals on the ballot that I'll talk about, but I'm going to, before I do that, I'm going to give you an update on, it's my pet project, where they overassess the property taxes and they have not come up with a way of paying the people back. That is something that I've thought about for quite a while. So I think I'm mulling in my mind. There's, you can petition your government. I'm thinking that I'll seek out an attorney to write language that will mandate that the city of Detroit, the state of Michigan, Wayne County, whoever's responsible, give the people their credits or their refunds. I can't see any reason why anyone would vote against something like that. So today I'm thinking that it wouldn't be a hard project to pull off. It'll take some time, but what I'm going to do is search out an attorney to write that language so that it meets the requirements. And then maybe we'll circulate petitions in the city of Detroit and have people sign them to mandate that we get a credit or a refund for our taxes. So if anybody is interested in that, as always, my number is area code 313-874-2792. That one never changes. So that's the part on, like an update on that tax situation. In the upcoming election, they have 3 proposals on the ballot. Proposal 1, 2, and 3. Proposal 1 is a proposal to amend the state constitution to require annual public financial disclosure reports by legislators and other state offices, and change state legislature term limits to 12 total years in the legislature. I read through that, and I can't find anything in that particular one that I'm opposed to. It's just saying that instead of our legislators being limited to like 6 years and 4 years, it's going to extend the time to 12 years. I think sometimes when we get people in the legislature, experience over that 12-year period may be better. Financial disclosure is always good because that way we find out who is supporting these candidates, and that gives us an idea of which way they're going. So that one in particular, proposal number 1 on the ballot, I'm going to give a yes to. Proposal number 2, that one put a little fear in me because it has to do with voting. Proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections. The only thing, it has about 8 points in it. The only one that concerned me particularly was that it mandates that there be 9 days of on-site voting, like before the election day. It's saying that it's mandating 9 days that you can go in and vote before election day. What bothers me about that is the 9. In previous times, we've had 30 days. I didn't get maybe more than 30 days, but I didn't get a clear understanding if it was just only 9 days. But 9 days before the election is acceptable in that particular one. So that was one that I really had to study on, and that was Proposal 2.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
If they are saying they are mandating 9 days of voting, then it sounds to me like that if you vote for it, then you don't have 30 days anymore.
That's what it sounds like to me. It says require 9 days of early in-person voting.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. They got an old saying that I have found. The reason it's old is because it has been attested to by time. If something ain't broke, it don't need fixing.
I agree. I'll go with you on that one. My initial thoughts were, if it's anything to do with voting, vote no on it, because we've been doing fairly decent, and the reason that we have so many voting changes is because people are trying to do voter oppression. And if you reduce it from 30 to 9, it is voter oppression. It's voter oppression creep.
I tell you, this is the thing that they are trying to do. This has worked. This system of voting that the founding fathers, that happen to be white people, set up. It has worked for over 200 years. It does not need changing. It just needs people to get out of the way and let the people vote. What kind of republic that claims to be a democratic republic discourages people or attempts to discourage people from voting? That's not a republic. So, you know, yes, I agree with you. We vote no on that.
We vote no on that one.
Yeah. Unless you find out something in the meantime, and somebody knows something we don't. That's why we on air.
That's right.
There's people listening to us all over the internet. So if somebody,
but we're going together on that one with a no.
Okay. All right. Well, I
now Proposal 3, I'm voting yes on it. And I want to tell the people in the city of Detroit, lately I've been watching a lot of TV. There's a commercial on the TV in the city of Detroit that has nothing to do with Proposal 3, which is the proposal on abortion. That one, if you vote no, that means that you're opposed to abortion. If you vote yes, that means that you're not opposed to abortion. If you listen, that one is pretty much clear. But the commercials that I'm seeing lately talks about children, gender change, and it's really frightening to have them tie that kind of stuff to this proposal. So we have to be careful in that sense, that they're hitting with a lot of commercials in the city of Detroit aimed at Proposal 3 that have nothing to do with Proposal 3.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Miss Hitchcock, I'm a firm believer in freedom. You know,
okay.
People,
we're together on that one.
People, so you saying we vote yes on 3?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
because if that means a woman has a right over her body, the woman has a right over her body. You don't have no right to rape a woman. You don't have no right to force her to have your baby.
That's right. I'm in total agreement with that.
Okay.
My body, my choice.
Yes, ma'am. It's called freedom.
Okay.
That's what freedom is.
Yes.
So
those are the proposals on that issue.
All right.
And the other thing that I'll say with regard to voting, in cases like for offices like governor, secretary of state,
just go
attorney general.
Excuse me for cutting you off. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear it.
I said, just go Democrat. I'm voting Democrat.
That's right. That's right. Now, what I do in a case like that, even if I don't think the Democrats have done everything they should do, I vote against people. So, to me, a Republican has done nothing, next to nothing, to support me in the things that concern me. So I vote against them by voting for the Democrat. And that's it.
Ms. Hitchcock, a lot of people don't forget that people with brand new cars and everything else was in line to get groceries in their trunk when Trump and them got through. That's what President Biden inherited. A pandemic and food lines and catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe. And these people thinking about putting them people back in office.
Those people have a core problem.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
There's something wrong in their soul.
Yeah. Hate.
Because, hate is in their soul.
That's the problem.
They almost don't care how much pain they experience as long as they think that I'm getting more pain.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Ms. Hitchcock, they taught me a good lesson that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had already enforced in me, but they reinforced it. I see where when you guided by your hatred of people, every decision you make will be misguided. And so I learned that lesson. So I ain't particularly in love with white folk. Now, ain't no sense me lying. It don't take much for one to cross me, and he'll see a side of me that he didn't think existed. But
I'm with you on that.
But I'm not walking around here with no chip on my shoulder against white people. I treat everybody like I want to be treated, and I make decisions based on individuals and not based on groups. You know, I can't blanket everybody and say all white folks is low down. Just like y'all governor up there, Miss Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah,
I think that's her name. That's a decent lady. And as far as I'm concerned, she's a good governor. And you know, so you know, it's Joe Biden. I could call him brother because he's a decent man. You know, and it's a lot of I know some decent people. And Clarence Thomas, he looked like us. And Clarence Thomas ain't worth 2 dead flies. And you know, I said that. You didn't say it. I said it. Clarence
and
Thomas,
having a white wife is not going to help him.
No. Clarence Thomas hates us worse than white people do. So you can't go by the color now. So don't I say to everybody, make your decisions based on like Ronald Reagan asked. He asked the question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I asked the question, is the country better off now than it was, as it was under Republican-led Senate and House? Or is the country better off now? Or was it better off when the Democrats first took office? Was it better off than it is now? And your answer would have to be no. This country is better off now than it was when they took office. And you need to give President Biden, you need to give him a Senate and a House of Representatives that is a good majority, a solid majority, and then see what he does. And stop blaming inflation on the Biden administration. They gave you money, and the people in the stores is the ones that's inflating the prices because you have more money. It has nothing to do with what the president now did. It has something to do with greedy people who see you having more money and then they jack the prices up on things. That's what inflation is. And so don't be fooled by people blaming the economy on what the Democrats' economy is bad. You'll notice when the stock market was good up there, people was hurting. All through the Trump administration, he's boasting about what the stock market was doing, while your pocket, your health, and everything was dwindling. So you better wake up. You better quit following people just because they look like you. Of course, my guest is on here, and I don't mean, I don't be taking over.
Well, you didn't say anything that I wouldn't say, and I totally agree with you. And let me remind them of something that happened to us. People were running around saying the right to work. Let's have the right to work. And actually what that legislation did was killed unions.
Yes.
When we had union, but it looked really good when they say, don't you want the right to work? But they didn't tell you it was at the will of the employer. When you voted to end the right to work, that killed unions. That meant that you were an at-will employee. You had no union protection and nothing. And that has a lot to do with the minimum wage today.
Mm-hmm.
The conditions that we suffer. So we have to watch when we see something. The right to work sounds good, but it really wasn't good for us. So we just have to be more thoughtful when we vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to thank you. And if anyone's interested in helping to circulate a petition or to roll it over and have some thoughts, I can be reached at area code 313-874-2792. And thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, you are very welcome, Miss Agnes. I also, before you go,
yes,
if you have a public service message that you put together, then I will put it in the lineup on our public service announcements and just let it keep repeating so that people can.
I appreciate that, and I will certainly put one together.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Now, I had promised you all that I would start on the 8th chapter in Mr. Jeffrey Berman's book. And I'm going to read that chapter before we get into our spiritual message. We're still in political. And so this is the chapter 8 of Holding the Line, and by Jeffrey Berman. Holding the line inside the nation's preeminent U.S. Attorney's Office and its battle with the Trump Justice Department. And you notice they got now Donald Trump versus the United States of America. You ain't never seen cases, hardly, where the president is the defendant against the United States. Ain't that something? You see how far you have fallen as a nation to have headlines like this? To elect a man that it's no way that you would have ever dreamed, even a book or a play could never have been written that would have seemed true concerning what you see going on with Donald Trump and the United States. And you know why all them people that support him don't come in here and say nothing to me? It's because they know that everything I'm saying about him and them is the truth. Even when I asked them, what good did Donald Trump do for the United States? It's just like when him and them crooks in the Senate and House of Representatives gave a $2 trillion tax break to wealthy people. Most people don't even think about the fact that that $2 trillion tax break, I think they said it was over 10 years, that it would happen over a 10-year period. That comes out of the Treasury of the United States. So whatever that money was funding is now being cut. These people are trying to destroy your country and you helping them. They are trying to look, when I say destroy your country, I mean they are trying to destroy your government. As he said, he was going to drain the swamp. And I told you that meant he's going to get rid of your government. People say, we want smaller government. Yeah, okay, smaller government. When hurricanes and tornadoes hit, then you holler at what the government gonna do about it. But you getting rid of your government that could have done something about it. You know, you pretty stupid. You know, I used to think white people were smart. I don't think that no more. I think that the only reason you made it this far was because God was helping you. And then you turned your back on him. And he's now about to turn his back on you. And I'm the means by which it's going to be done. Because if you don't hear me, if you don't change, you can pray from now, you can pray 24/7. And God is not going to hear you. Now that's a mighty bold statement coming from an ex-slave. But I notice ain't none of you challenging me on it. You smart enough to know that there's no way I could know all the things that I know. You notice the white man, he talked to any Negro in America. I didn't hear you. But he don't want to talk to me. Why? Because when he talked to a Negro, it's like talking to a tape recorder. It only says back to you what you put in it. He didn't put this in me. I didn't hear you. You think he don't recognize his own voice? He recognizes when it's his words that you regurgitating back to him. You worshiping him. Am I worshiping you, white man? So, anyway, let's start at chapter 8. Lev and Igor. On the evening of October 8, 2019, I was not working, and I definitely should not have been working. It was Kol Nidre, the eve of Yom Kippur, and I was at Temple Emmanuel in Manhattan, observing this holiest day on the Jewish calendar, when my phone vibrated at about 7 p.m. I took a peek and saw that the call was from the Public Corruption Unit co-chief, Russ Capone. who I knew would not contact me on this night unless it was urgent. Temple Emmanuel on the Upper East Side is one of the largest synagogues in the world. For once, I was glad that I was nowhere near the front of its vast sanctuary. I always have the same faraway seats, and this allowed me to leave the synagogue without being noticed and step outside to talk to Russ. What he told me was that Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman had just bought airline tickets for travel the next day to Frankfurt, Germany, one-way tickets, and we had to decide whether to arrest them before they boarded the plane. The decision was not obvious. To arrest them meant that we had to obtain an indictment in less than 24 hours, which required us to finish thinking through the potential charges, campaign finance law violations that had only recently been presented to us in a prosecution memo, draft, and finalize an indictment. And we had to draft and finalize an indictment and present evidence to the grand jury with sufficient time to answer any questions the grand jury may have and allow for a vote. Lev and Igor, as pundits, came to call them. Lev and Igor, as pundits came to call them, were immigrant businessmen. Parnas was born in Ukraine, Fruman in Belarus. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Who had somehow ascended into the inner circle of Rudy Giuliani. Out of nowhere, they became players in Republican politics who showed up by the side of prominent party members, including Donald Trump. In addition, they had traveled with Giuliani to Ukraine and were his confederates on two projects dear to him, trying to dig up dirt on Joe Biden's son, Hunter, and attempting to get the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine removed. We were in the midst of an active investigation of Lev and Igor that had developed substantial evidence of their crimes and had entered their names on a list kept by the Transportation Security Administration of people who set off an alarm if they booked international travel. We do not automatically arrest these individuals or prevent them from flying, but we want to know if they plan to leave the country. Did Lev and Igor know we were looking into their activities? Did they know how far along we were? Were they planning on returning, or was their intention to become fugitives and evade prosecution? We had no definitive answers to any of these questions. All we knew for sure was that the two of them, both naturalized U.S. citizens, were headed out of the country with no return tickets. I left the synagogue, went straight back to the apartment, and began making calls to my team. I argued strongly that we arrest them before they could board the flight. I did not want to risk having them elude us. It was quickly apparent to me that I was in a minority of one. I would describe one call as almost like an intervention. I answered, and 6 people were on the line. Audrey Strauss, the chief of the criminal division, Laura Berger, Chief Counsel Craig Stewart, Ian Graff, Russ Capone, and Ted Discant. Every one of them said we should let them travel. One of the arguments they made was that we did not have the time to draft a proper indictment and get it presented and voted on by a grand jury. Also, Lev and Igor were headed to Western Europe, where we could have them arrested and extradited if it came to that. The more we debated, the later it got. After one of our group calls, I contacted William Sweeney, Jr., the FBI Assistant Director in charge of the New York office. I needed a sanity test. He was going to bounce it off of somebody with the FBI now. I needed a sanity test. Was I asking for the unreasonable, the impossible? Sweeney, a former naval officer, is a big guy, tall and broad-shouldered. His judgment is as solid as his stature. We had become close, and I often leaned on him for guidance. Remember what Solomon said? In the multitude of counselors, there is safety. He agreed that we should make the arrest. Why go through the cumbersome steps to get them back to the United States if we had the ability to control the situation and avoid all of that? And I'll tell you something else. If you start talking about extraditing them back to the United States, when you had them in the United States, they'd ask you, well, why you didn't arrest them while they was here? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That would have been a legitimate question, too. You see? You notice all arrests generally starts with the word suspicion or suspect. They say the suspect is such and so. What? The person that we are suspicious, that we have a suspicion of that have done this. They arrest him, and then he can come in court and either prove his innocence, let them and hear the evidence against him and build a case against the evidence that they present. He does not have to prove his innocence, but they do have to prove his guilt. But you can't prove anything. If you got enough suspicion, then it's time to arrest somebody. Do you understand? So I can see why, that argument makes a lot of sense. That you had him here, why go get him, arrest him now, and then you ain't got to extradite him later. Do you understand? And it says, why go through the cumbersome steps to get them back to the United States if we had the ability to control the situation and avoid all of that? Why take the chance, however slight, that we might lose them altogether? Not every country in Europe makes it easy for us to extradite. And Lev and Igor were clever enough to cross through one of those borders. I got everyone back on the phone and said basically that this is the Southern District and we have the capability to get it done. We have 2 of the most talented associate U.S. attorneys in the office on the case, Rebecca Donaleski and Nicholas Ruse, and the executive staff to back them up. Now let's get to work, I said. Donaleski and Ruse came into the office at about 11 p.m. and I joined them with coffee I had made at my apartment. The local coffee shops were closed. They drafted the indictment through the night with review and revision by others, either in the office or from home. Because the charges included campaign finance violations, we needed sign off from the career attorneys at Maine Justice's Public Integrity Section. This Gant was on the phone with them at 4 a.m. and got the approval. At 7 a.m., everyone came into the office for a final edit. At 9 a.m., the draft was finished, and Donaleski and Ruse went before the grand jury. By 2 p.m., they returned an indictment. Time to spare. The speed at which the team worked took my breath away. Later that day, Lev and Igor showed up at Dallas. I used to think that was Dallas Airport, but it's Dulles Airport, obviously. At Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia for an evening flight. They were early enough to park themselves in the first class lounge of Lufthansa, where they indulged in free drinks and food. They were wearing t-shirts. They gave no sign that they had an inkling of what was about to happen. When the announcement was made for first class passengers to board, they got up and began walking down the jetway. 2 law enforcement agents stopped them, checked their passports to confirm their identities, and then led them quietly out a door leading to the tarmac, where they were arrested. The arrest was handled flawlessly by the FBI. There were no cell phone pictures of the arrest by travelers at that busy airport. The next day, they were arraigned in federal court in Alexandria, Virginia. A magistrate, agreeing that they were flight risk, released them on $1 million bond each and ordered them confined to home detention at their residences in Florida. The 4 years of the Trump administration will not be regarded by future historians as a time of high spirits and levity in America. There were 2 impeachments, unceasing drama, and a constant swirl of resentment and recrimination on all sides. The president communicated by tweet, a novelty with his words often coated in rage. Although there was nothing funny about what Lev and Igor were charged with, it's fair to say that for much of the American public, they offered a glimmer of comic relief. Harness had founded a company called Fraud Guarantee, which is what you would name a business if you intended for it to draw the attention of law enforcement. The company's Fraud Guarantee, man, I mean, really, the company's purported mission, according to its website, was to reduce and mitigate fraud and to serve as a watchdog to recoup investment or consumer losses resulting from fraud. There's zero evidence it actually did that. The revelation that followed their arrest, tales of them palling around in Eastern Europe, either on a duo or with Rudy Giuliani in tow,
seemed like the plot of a buddy movie, albeit a dark one, like something the Coen brothers might make. Mugshots rarely do a defendant any favors. When the pictures of Lev and Igor were publicized after their arrest, they were still in their t-shirts with dazed expressions on their faces. They looked like the last two guys you'd expect to find caught up in some high-stakes international intrigue. But there they were, Lev and Igor, the latest bit players in this surreal narrative. The case's origins went back to an independent group, the Campaign Legal Center, that monitors political giving. It was founded by Trevor Potter, an attorney and former chairman of the Federal Election Commission. I got to know Potter a little when I volunteered for the 2008 presidential campaign of the Republican John McCain, in which he served as general counsel. In 2018, the Campaign Legal Center took note of a $325,000 contribution from a company called Global Energy Producers to America First Action, which was a political action committee, or so-called super PAC, that supported President Trump. Always remember something. I want to stop here for a minute. When you hear these people say America first, they know that the ignorant think that they are talking about put America first in your heart and all of that. See, the way you know that that's not what it means is that you look at the history of what all of these people that claim America first. When America was in the middle of a pandemic, they said, let them catch it. Remember that? We want them infected. I still got that on the news. And it's just like when you say, I put my family first. Well, just like when it comes to, if anybody gonna go hungry, it'll be you, not them. Is that right? Now that's really putting them first. If somebody gonna go without good shoes on, it'll be you. You put the shoes on them. You put everything that's their needs before yours. Is that right? But now, Donald Trump and his supporters, when he said that he fell in love with Kim Jong-un, that he was talking about he had bigger missiles than his and that kind of thing, and they had private talks. He said he fell in love. He said, I fell in love with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un is a dictator. Him and Putin, he said, me and Putin respects me. Putin gets along. We get along fine. Huh? Okay. Putin's a dictator. He had fell in love with a dictator, and he's the president of a republic, a democracy. How do you fall in love with a dictator? I don't know. He didn't say he fell in love with God. He said he fell in love with Kim Jong-un. Do you understand? So if he fell in love with a dictator, he found that he had a lot in common with the dictator. Do you understand? And What was it he had in common? Put himself first and take control of the wealth of a nation of people and put it in your own bank account. Huh? And that is, so if you want to be like him, certainly if you're in love with him, you're in love with the way he conducts things, with the way he does things. But you can't do things like he do them. So if you want to get rid of the way things are done in a democratic republic, you have to get rid of that republic. Do you understand? And what do dictators want? Autocrats want? They want the whole world to be at their disposal like their country. Well, if you want that, you got to get rid of America first. Because every other democratic republic looks at America as the citadel of democratic republic. America is the Mecca for that. Do you understand? So, America first. So whenever you hear that term, see, they ain't gonna use it no more now. Why? But whenever you hear people talking about America first, they talking to you like they used to talk to us as slaves. John, we got to get our crops in. Come on, let's go out here and get our crops in. And he got a kick out of it. Yes, sir, boss. We got to get our crops in. And John, he said it like that. And John didn't have sense enough to know them wasn't our crop, they was his crops. Do you understand? He can go out there and say, John, go out there and get my crops in. He said, no, go out there and get our crops in. You see? Do you understand? So they talk to you like that now. Talk to dumb American citizens like that now. Just like they come out the NRA, National Rifle Association. And that was actually the NRA, National Russian Association. And you saw that most of their funding was coming from Russia. $30 million they had. That came out. So you have become the new slaves. You see, they practiced it on us. They perfected as much as you can perfect something that can't last. Slavery is a system that just cannot last. Anyway, that's not something that can just go on and on and on and on. It's doomed to fail from the beginning. You know why? The same reason that blisters on your hand are doomed to go away, and calluses will take their places. And then you can pick up anything and it ain't gonna put no blister on it. Do you understand? The human body gives you lessons. No human being can be forced by fear into uncomfortable positions forever. Pretty soon, that fear will turn into a calloused heart. And it becomes callousness. Just like beating a person with a whip. You beat them, you'll leave a lot of marks and stuff on their back. But after a while, they won't even feel it when that lash hits them. You understand? So the hell with being scared. If you scared, the messenger said, if you scared, you just well to go home, take a shotgun, and kill your family and yourself too. That's what he told us. Hey, since being scared. Being scared ain't never stopped nobody from a bully from bullying you. Being scared of them I'll tell you what stopped it. When he think he gonna put you on the run and you turn around and run after him. He'll know he picked on the wrong one then. That's the way dogs are. Dog come out you barking and going on at you. Turn around and chase him. He'll leave you alone. And if he don't, he ain't got nothing but his mouth. You got your hands. You got everything. And I guarantee you, he'll realize that he picked on the wrong one when you get a hold to him and put something on him. Do you understand? All right. So don't let anyone frighten you into doing things that's not in your best interest. And especially if it's not in the best interest of your country. You got people that traded their patriotism for temporary power. That's what you got sitting up in the Senate now and the House of Representatives. A lot of people that have traded their patriot spirit for some temporary power. Because really, how much power can you have if you install a dictator? I mean, and they just that stupid. They already didn't have no power. If I don't support Donald Trump, they're gonna primary me. They're gonna primary me. Huh? They're gonna run somebody who will get in lockstep with him. So I just will to do it. That's what dope dealers and people say. Well, if I don't sell it to them, somebody else will sell it to them. You are a fool. A fool always gives you a fool's argument. When you let somebody strip you of your manhood or your womanhood, after they strip you of that, everything that come out of your mouth and your deeds and actions is the actions and deeds of a child. They took your man and womanhood away from you. So you no longer think like an adult, you think like a child. Children don't never think about what will this lead to in the future. They always worry about what's now. So anyway, let's see here. Global energy producers was a blank slate. Potter would later tell National Public Radio the company hadn't existed. It had been formed literally a couple of weeks before the contribution. Think over that. The company didn't even exist. It was just formed a couple of weeks before the contribution. It had no website, no history of political activity. So you're thinking this is most likely a company created to make this contribution. Potter and his team did some digging and were able to link global energy to addresses in New York and Florida associated with who? Lev and Igor. They identified additional contributions the two had made to a Texas congressman and posted it all to the Federal Election Commission as suspicious activity. Our public corruption unit monitors complaints filed with the FEC for potential investigation. Nick Ross had the complaint and persuaded Capone and Discant to open the investigation. Ruse and Delansky Donaleski, yeah, okay. Ruse and Donaleski began to put the pieces together. We confirmed that global energy was nothing but a shell with no business and no capital investment. Lev and Igor ran foreign money through it for the purpose of contributing to political candidates and committees in the United States. Now you know, did you know that Grover Norquist said that he wanted to reduce the government down to the size that it could fit in a bathtub so that it could wonder what they was up to? Let me see. I might have that. Now, I ain't no promise. Let's see here. I'm wondering if this is it.
Congressional Committee on Deficit Reduction has just 3 days to reach a deal eliminating at least 1.2
politics going back to the Tea Party. People say, oh, Grover Norquist has power. No, Grover Norquist and Americans for Tax Reform focus on the tax issue. The tax issue is a powerful issue.
Grover Norquist is trying to be modest. Since creating Americans for Tax Reform at Ronald Reagan's behest back in 1985, Norquist has been responsible more than anyone else for rewriting the dogma of the Republican Party.
The Republicans won't raise your taxes. We haven't had a Republican vote for an income tax increase since 1990.
And this was your doing.
I helped. Yeah.
It began with a simple idea of getting Republicans all over the country to sign an oath called the Taxpayer Protection Pledge, promising their constituents that they would never, ever vote for anything that would make their taxes go up.
Speaker Gingrich's tax pledge back in 1990.
You know where FEMA gets its money from to help you rebuild your communities and stuff? When insurance companies go bankrupt because they can't meet their obligation or whatnot, you know where FEMA gets its money from? Taxes. So while you are condemning paying taxes and saying you want smaller government, what you are actually saying is you want less and less protection for yourself. Do you understand? For your needs. Understand something. It's just like children. You are like children who say they don't want no parents. Why do you think they call George Washington the father of this country? You know, these people ain't even got sense enough to realize that the earth is their mother. You heard Hitler talking about the fatherland. Ain't no land, no father. The land don't take care of itself. The sun takes care of all that and causes things to grow up out of it. The land will mother. The land produces good children and bad children. I didn't hear you. Countries are mothers. The motherland. Those stupid Hitler, he was so narcissistic that he called the land even the fatherland. Ain't that something? And what did he do to the motherland? He raped it and left it in a shambles. He made Germany he disgraced Germany, just like Donald Trump was disgracing the United States. Had people looking at the United States like you look at a queen who you find out is then became a fallen woman, a prostitute, or whatnot. Your Congress prostitute themselves. Your Senate, a bunch of prostitutes, calling themselves Republicans. Ain't no patriots up there, hardly. Half of them is patriot, have a little patriotic spirit. Almost half of them. And half of them is just treasonous dogs. Anyway, just listen to this.
And once they sign the pledge, Grover never forgets. The more signatures he's collected, the more his influence has grown.
I think to win a Republican primary, it is difficult to imagine somebody winning a primary without taking the pledge.
The signatories not only include more than 270 members of Congress, but all of the Republican presidential candidates with the lone exception of John Huntsman.
Okay, folks, we want to get going?
All that leverage has made Norquist's Wednesday breakfast meetings a must-attend event.
And John Huntsman was the most intelligent one of them. John Huntsman did not sign no pledge to Grover Norquist and none of them. John Huntsman, I could have voted for him. Now, if you listened to him, if you had listened to him speak, you would have it was admirable the way that he could speak. He could also speak Mandarin, Chinese, so he would be very good at being able to deal with the Chinese on their level. You understand? But anyway, that's the one that they should have picked to run against Obama, because then that would have been a pretty toss-up election. He'd have had a much harder time against somebody like him. I don't know if he'd have won, but I would have had to listen to them talk to each other before I could make up my mind. But I thought John Huntsman was a very intelligent man. But anyway, of course, his daughter was pretty stupid. But because you know what they say. Sometimes the apple do fall a good little ways from the tree. You can't judge people by what their children do all of the time, because that ain't necessarily so. Look what W.D. Muhammad did as opposed to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Huh? So you don't know what kind of stuff your relatives and stuff. Man, relatives is something. You don't know what your relatives telling your children when you ain't around. Boy, these people are something. Anyway.
For Republican operatives fortunate enough to get an invitation. David Keene, the president of the National Rifle Association, was there the day we attended, along with conservative columnist John Fund.
This is the Grand Central Station of the conservative movement.
We were told it was the first time to have ever been allowed into the weekly off-the-record strategy session.
Our approach is going to be to just simply drill away every day as people from Capitol Hill, House and Senate, think tanks, Tea Party groups.
To get out and lie about what Democrats do. That was their thing. They're gonna drill away and just tell lies, and that's what they've been doing. But listen.
Everybody who wants the government to be smaller and everybody who wants the government to be smaller. I intend to win. I intend to be part of the whole effort to crush the other team.
Grover Norquist has been called
to crush the other team. Did you hear that? You see, when you listen to the language of people, it shows how little respect they have for your intelligence. And the ones who's, the news, the man is letting the man talk so that you could hear him. And then you would understand that these people don't consider themselves your fellow Americans. And they have no business in government. If you see yourself as a Republican or a Democrat first, you ain't got no business in the government. You're supposed to see yourself as an American
Or if you don't, how are you going to defend the Constitution of the United States if you don't see yourself as a citizen of the United States first? We have learned to substitute the term American for citizen of the United States. Do you understand? But if you don't see yourself first as a citizen of the United States, then you're not going to have patriotism embedded in you enough to recognize that when people go against the Constitution, which protects you as an individual citizen, and it protects the nation, the unity of this nation. Take the Constitution away, you have nothing to unite you. So they not only do they put you against each other, then they start misinterpreting the Constitution, just like they misinterpret the Second Amendment to mean that the rights of citizens to keep and to bear arms was put there just in case the citizens needed to overthrow the government. And you let them get away with saying that. You let people who declared war on the United States, freedom in any nation does not include the freedom to plot the overthrow of the government. That's not the Constitution don't protect your right to overthrow it. It's just like when he's sitting up here telling you he wants smaller government. Well, you want smaller government based on what? What do you mean by that? He's going to tell you what he means by it. But you so, tell you what, next time you're driving down the street, stick your head out the window and be doing about 50 or 60 miles an hour. Stick your head out the window and try to look at the road in front of you and see how much you can see. That strong wind coming blowing into your eyes and whatnot will cloud your vision. What is hate? What is love? They are extreme terms. Hatred is an extreme term for dislike. Love is an extreme term for like. Do you understand? Extremes don't last. Let me show you. Look at how, you remember the white boy that I showed you that used to be a racist, he said? And then he started saying that he just don't, that ain't him no more. Huh? Extreme high winds and stuff, that stuff, it comes, but it don't last. Love. There are lawyers that make a living doing nothing but divorces. Why? Because love don't last. I didn't hear you. That extreme good feeling and you don't be hungry and you can't live off love, boy. That's what they say. What's wrong with him? Oh, he in love. You know why? He ain't got no appetite. He's just thinking about his beau, and she thinking about her beau, and that stuff don't last because it's extreme. And people go from you notice people go from hate to maybe dislike, and then you ask them, what did you dislike? What you dislike about the person? Well, and pretty soon that changes too, and they may become friends with that person. You understand? Haven't you ever had a fight with somebody and you disliked something they did or said, and when y'all got through fighting, you shook hands, and from that point on became the best of friends? Look what happened with Japan and the United States. The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, and the U.S. dropped an atomic bomb on them, and now they got a what's that? Mitsubishi? What? The Toyota plant right there in Jackson, Mississippi, or Canton, Mississippi. The Japanese and America is good friends now. That happened in grade school. You fight with somebody, and the next thing you know, you both respected each other. You became friends. Never had another fight. Ain't that something? Now, on the other hand, people that claim to love each other, they won't even speak to each other no more. They don't even want to look at each other no more. But they were so in love. Huh? Yeah. So that stuff don't last. So it's bad to make decisions when you have strong emotions involved in it. That's one of the reasons crooks, they befriend you before they mess over you. See, if they can get you to care about them, then you're willing to overlook things that you should not overlook. Do you understand? Con men do that. I told you I grew up what did that song Marvin Gaye song, I Came Up Hard. Man, I done seen some stuff in my life. And now I know why. It's so I could get up here and teach on it. I remember Brother James, this brother named James, I think his ex was 74. He was looking at me one day. I was feeling down because it's so, there was a lot of hypocrites in the nation. But anyway, me and this brother that was over the fish crew, we used to always have a few words with each other. And I'd go out and sell my quota of fish by the time it was meeting time, and he'd be trying to get everybody to work through temple time. And at the fish market, I'd work up to the time that it was time for me to get to the temple. And I said, man, I'm out of here. And I said, well, brother, this is your temple. I said, no, it ain't my temple. I'm going up here to the temple, man. And he'd get mad, and I'd just walk out on him. And, get on there, go get me some fish. We called it fishing, bring other people to the temple. I used to bring some of the little children that I knew. And anyway, I love to go to the temple. And so me and him used to get into it. And sometimes it would just get on my nerve because all these people was in authority that I saw didn't belong in authority over nothing, but they was in authority. So I had to respect them. So I knew how far I could go. And Brother James walked up to me one day and said, he said, Brother Mark. I said, yeah, bro. He said, if you ain't been through much, you can't teach on much. And I looked at him, and he kind of smiled at me, and I smiled back and said, you right. And so that made it much easier, So I've been through a lot, I was, I think back over my childhood, I cried a lot. you know, about things that people did, and stuff like that. You know, just even had bags under my eyes for crying so much. But now I know that I had to experience these things so that I could speak with authority on them. You understand? No matter what you experience as a child, it's just like Spock told his brother in what was that last one? Remember the last one that came away, his brother, huh? Not Undiscovered Country. No, The Final Frontier, where they went through the barrier, and his brother tried to get him to join with him because his brother was taking away everybody's pain. And he saw Spock as a child. People made fun of him, and he was his own father looked at him and shook his head and said, "So human." You know, talking about how he looked human, more so than Vulcan. And so when his brother got through showing him that and taking away his pain, and Spock looked at him and said, "I'm not that little child. I'm not that little boy anymore. I'm not," in so many words, that don't bother me now. I mean, really. I mean, I see people that messed over me when I was a little boy and whatnot. You know what make me able to get past that and forgive them? I remember that they were messed over too. They're sick. They were sick just like all of us were sick. It ain't a human being walking around on this planet that ain't got mental issues. It's just that some of them, we try to pretend that ain't nothing wrong with us. But in reality, we all sick. So when you know that everybody was sick, you learn to, you know, have mercy. When you get in a position to show mercy, show mercy. Do you understand? That don't mean be a fool. It's just like me. People, you needn't think that I'm stupid. Man come telling me I'm sorry then, or whatever. No, you don't mean that. I can tell by the way you said it. Do you understand? And no, I don't forgive you. So, but anyway, you know, but when people are sincere, you ain't got no problem out of me. I'd love to meet someone who is sincerely repentant, because I know what they was doing wasn't their fault in the first place. Do you understand? So, now I got where I left off at. See, you supposed to be keeping up with that. Up at top of what well line? So what? What paragraph? Oh yeah, I was down at the bottom, the last paragraph there. Okay. Part of these donations were to support their plans for a marijuana business. They put together a multi-state license strategy that contemplated pouring between $1 million and $2 million in foreign money into the U.S. political system. See what the Supreme Court, people like Scalia and all of them did when they opened up and took the limit off of what you could contribute to a candidate. They put the American government up for sale, and you let them get away with that. I remember when Scalia was asked about people being able to put as much money as they wanted in the election, and he stood up there and said, that's freedom of speech. Money talks, freedom of speech. See, he made a joke out of it. See, you can always tell. That's the one thing that you can always tell when you catch the devil in something and you ask him a pointed question that's serious, and he turns around and tries to make you laugh or tries to make a joke out of it. You know that he does not have any facts or truth that justifies what you just asked him. Why was he approving it? Do you understand? The white people used to come in here and try to make a joke out of me standing up talking about what they did to us and try to make a joke out of our condition here. See, they do that. You remember when Farrakhan was on Donahue and Donahue asked him, does God talk to you? And Farrakhan didn't know how to answer that because Farrakhan was not guided by Allah. Farrakhan was on an ego trip. Do you understand? And he said, you mean, do I hear God in my ear? And I mean, the messenger had told people, he said he still speaks to me. Right directly the voice come to my ear like a word come from you. He said, and not by seeing him in person and not by word, but by hints. And I have learned those hints. And he said, yes, he still speaks to me. To show you that Farrakhan didn't believe that Allah was speaking to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's why he thought the messenger was jealous of him when people was praising him. He'd have known the messenger wasn't jealous of him if he had really believed that that man was the messenger of God. Do you understand? You know, it was him who was jealous of the messenger. You know, that's what people that narcissistic always think. They project their inadequacies and their faults. They project them onto others. There's never something wrong with them. It's always something wrong with somebody else. Do you understand? So, these is the things that I want you to, you know, just like some people, I want you to know that the way that I do with my followers, I don't have two faces. That's one of the things that makes them appreciate me, is that I'm the same all the time. I don't have no one way I'm acting when I'm up here and when I'm out there on the street. No. When you meet me, you meeting me. Period. Do you understand? I mean, I ain't never like putting on no act. You can't keep an act up. Why do you think people say, well, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of that? Tired of what? And when all they're doing is expecting you to be the way you've always been. You tired of faking. That's what you doing. You've been faking. Stop faking. And you won't have to be tired. You know, everybody is not a politician. You do things for money rather than do things because you love and have the aptitude to do it. And that's why you have an unhappy life. Instead of finding what you enjoy doing, you find what pay the most money, and then you go over there and half do that. for a paycheck. Hate to get up and go to it and glad to leave it. That's why you can't understand patriots. A patriot does not do what he does for the money, but for love of his country. But that's foreign to you. That's the one love that you can have that is not extreme. It's kind of like your mother. You don't outgrow your love for your mother. Matter of fact, it gets stronger. The longer you live, the more you can reflect on all of the things that your mother and father did for you, and gratitude replaces any kind of animosities and stuff that you may have had. Likewise, that's the same with country. That's the same with your nation. The United States is pregnant right now with the new nation of Islam, which makes the United States our mother. And I take the best out of what my mother has taught me, and I will build this new nation and thank my mother for what she taught me. Do you understand? And I will not help you harm her. As I have taught, that's not new. I told you, if you can't help people, just leave them alone. Don't hurt people purposely. The Son of Man came not to destroy men's lives, but to save them. It is not your heavenly Father's will that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance, should come to the conclusion that they need to change. The other man don't need to change. You need to change. Because when you change your deeds and actions, people around you have to change the way they deal with you. Do you understand? I tell you what. When you were a child, you thought as a child, you spake as a child, you understood as a child, and consequently people treated you like a child. As you matured, you saw a change in the way people was treating you, and it wasn't so much as that they had changed, but you had changed. And so their actions and the way they spoke to you, the way they treated you, the way they dealt with you had to change. Do you understand? I know that campaign finance violation. I know that campaign finance violations are viewed by some as minor offenses or technical in nature. Someone didn't fill out a form correctly or whatever. But those are not the types of irregularities that attract interest from the Southern District. We were drawn to intentional attempts to game the system and undermine our system of free and fair elections. It's just like when you go to Vegas. You've seen movies that when you go to Vegas, people are in there, games of chance, right? If they find you in there that it's no longer a game of chance with you. You have figured out a way to game the system. The system, they stop you from coming in those casinos because you are not actually taking chances. What you are actually doing is coming in there robbing the casino. Do you understand? See, you want them to give you an equal chance to win. And if you want the casino to give you an equal chance to win, you also got to give them an equal chance to win. Even though it says no way you can beat the house. Well, you're not gonna, unless everybody is betting the same bet every time. Then even when you win, someone else betted against you, and they lost. So the house still wins. Do you understand? And so, but anyway, I'm trying to show you that this is the way that people see this, a free system, a democratic republic, and instead of appreciating the fact that it gives everyone a free chance to make it with hard work and perseverance. They want to game the system and rig it. Do you understand? And this is why you need law enforcement. This is why if you have laws and no means to enforce those laws, you don't have any laws. You just have some writing on paper. And it's sad that you are so half educated. Through no fault of your own. But they didn't see the need to explain to the children in school the laws and why they were enacted. It's much harder to get rid of something when you show them, when the child grew up understanding the need for that thing. Then can't nobody talk them into throwing it away. Do you understand? But it's easy to tell people, we ain't gonna tax you, we're gonna reduce taxes, we're gonna reduce taxes, and we're gonna reduce taxes. And people didn't know what the taxes was going for anyway, didn't even think about it. They take everything for granted that they have around them, that ain't got nothing to do with taxes. And it has everything to do with taxes. Do you understand? So, now, I ain't through with Grover. I want you to hear this.
Dark wizard of the right's anti-tax cult and the single most effective conservative activist in the country. He is a libertarian ideologue who believes that Washington is controlling our lives through the taxes it raises to fund big government. And he said that he wants to shrink it to the size where it could be drowned in a bathtub.
You want to drown it in the bathtub? No, we want it down to the size to where it would fit in the bathtub.
See, now that statement alone, I don't even know if the news commentator understood it. But it's simple to me. When Kim Jong-un takes a bath, the government of North Korea is taking a bath. When Putin takes a bath, Russia is taking a bath. Do you understand now? That's what an autocracy is. It's the government is controlled by one man or a few little individuals. They make the decisions for the whole people, which is fine if the man that's taking the bath is the messenger of God. I didn't hear you. Other than that, see, because even with me and the Nation of Islam, when I take a bath, it's 144,000 angels taking it with me. We ain't got no autocracy here. Everything that I teach you and do, I have plenty of counselors telling me whether I can do that or not. Do you understand? It's like when I told you to go and listen to the CDC, I said we're going to get vaccinated because a pandemic is nothing to play with. Most people don't understand that a virus can wipe out a whole continent. It can wipe out the life, all flesh on a continent. A virus can. So I don't pretend to. Matter of fact, I'm afraid to go and speak on things that and call myself being an authority on things that I have no knowledge of. I look for someone who has knowledge of that thing, and I humble myself and let them teach me. The one question that if you asked any of those people who were claiming that they should not be vaccinated, if you had asked them, why you don't want to get vaccinated against this coronavirus that's killing all of these people, if you had asked them, how did you find out about the coronavirus? What if those people really wanted to kill you? All they had to do was just let the virus keep killing you and never tell you nothing. But those scientists were afraid. They know you can't play them kind of games. You know why? Because viruses, even when did you see Outbreak? I think Dustin Hoffman was in it. They had manufactured a virus and had to cure. And the thing mutated and the cure didn't work no more. Huh? That's why they you can't play with that kind of stuff, man. But anyway, I didn't just think of that. I thought about the scripture in the 13th chapter of Romans. I think it's Romans. It says, let every soul, that means every person, be subject unto the higher powers. Knowledge is power. When someone has more knowledge than you of something, then you should have sense enough to humble yourself to the one that have more knowledge than you. Do you understand? And that's, as I recall, it's the 13th chapter of Romans. It's the first verse. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power, no knowledge, but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. And if you don't believe that, why did the devil himself, when God asked him, whence comest thou, Satan? Where you coming from, Satan? And Satan said, from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down. And God asked him, he said, have you considered my servant Job over there? That he's a perfect and upright man that feareth God and forbiddeth evil. And Satan said, doth Job fear God for naught? Thou hast put a hedge about him and his house. You protected him. You told me don't touch him. Huh? It's just like you who thought white people could just go around here doing what they please and killing whoever they please and whatnot. Tell them to come kill me. Since you do what you please, go on out there and get your rifle, and when I walk outside, ain't no guards around me, just shoot me down like you did Medgar Evers, like you did Martin Luther King. Shoot me down since you can do what you please. And if you do it, ain't no sense you getting out there in the street clowning and going on. Because if I was really the Son of Man, he couldn't kill me. And if I'm not, then I deserve to be killed because I'm misleading people. The Holy Quran says that. It says, invoke death if you are truthful. I don't care how many faults you think you done found in me. I'm still the Son of Man. Mighty strange, you can see all my faults, but you don't see none of yours. Anyway, so let's you heard him. What did he say? He want to reduce it down to the size that it can fit in the bathtub. Listen to him now. And then he gonna say something else. Because what if it had not been for the Southern District of New York's attorneys and their investigators and the FBI? Would anybody have known what Igor and Lev was up to? Would you have known? You wouldn't have known nothing. And listen to what Grover said.
Down to the size to where it would fit in the bathtub. And then it could worry about what we were up to.
And you did say that your ultimate ambition was to chop it in half and then shrink it
to where it would fit in the bathtub. And then it could worry.
You wanted to drown it in the bathtub?
No, we want it down to the size to where it would fit in the bathtub. And then it could worry about what we were up to.
And you did say...
So he wants you to be worried about all of it. See, when you can get people worried, that's just another way of making them afraid. When you don't have the government and the watchdogs that your founding fathers had sense enough to put in the watchdog system, a system of checks and balances. Huh? What is that? When a man is robbing a bank and he got the bankers at his mercy, the only one that can put him in check is the police. You got to have a system of checks, and the court is the system of balances. That's what the justice got in his head. Fair balance. And the Department of Justice is the checks. See, when you live in a free society, then that means you can go about your business. What it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. The right to life, the right to liberty, and the right to pursue what will make them happy. But in your pursuit of happiness, it's just like when the man is running on the football gridiron. You got lines, the sidelines, they call them. You can't run up in the stands away from the man that's trying to tackle you. You've got to stay inside of the lines in the field of play. Do you understand? And you can seek to get to your goal as long as you stay in the lines. And if you step outside of the lines, the referees put you in check. Yup. A system of checks and balances. Where there's freedom, there has to be a means to check you, to stop you from overstepping your freedom. Because your freedom stops when it infringes on another person's freedom. Do you understand? See, it's time for us to grow up. If I had asked you to explain what the system of checks and balances is, you wouldn't have told me what I just told you. Make no mistake. You're not listening to a child. I am the Lord. And if you got any sense, you will listen to me. I'm teaching you how to save your country. You get all them traitors, them treasonous people out of your Senate and out of your House of Representatives. Fill it with Democrats. All of you who are truly Republicans, you turn Democrat for now. You get them fools out of there that thought that they could overthrow your country from within. Get them out of there. Vote them out. And everybody who had any part in that January 6th thing, I don't care if they was just sitting up there a rooting section for it. Call them on the carpet. What you need to do is all of them who took part in it, I don't care what he claimed he believed. He didn't believe that. He lying. Anytime a person tell you that if we win, it was right. If we lose, it was wrong. He don't believe what he's saying. He's saying that if we win, we will say it was a good election. If we lose, we're going to say it was a bad election, and we're not going to accept it. It's time for you to not let people talk past you. Make an example. And those who actually sought to do what they did, deport them. That's what you do there. Take away their citizenship like you did that man who said he didn't care if he ever heard what's that man's name? He was a military man and said he would not care to hear the name of the United States of America ever again. They put his behind on a ship and sailed him out around and never let him come back to the country. He just kept going from one ship to another. And they gave him his wish. That's how patriotic the people were to their country. They didn't play them kind of games with you. So, how many white people hear me that think I'm saying something that I shouldn't? Come on, man up and tell me what's wrong with what I'm saying. You wouldn't fly no Confederate flag in this country if I had anything to say about it. You wouldn't fly that flag. It's an insult to me, and it's an insult to this flag right here. You fought to have a civilization. Most of the people, why don't you call it a civilization war? Don't just say civil war.
say a war to determine what type of civilization would be here, for that's what civil war means. You wanted slavery as a way of civilization. And Abraham Lincoln had sense enough to know that that was doomed to fail. And it also made you look like a fool after your Declaration of Independence. You hypocrite. Ain't it strange that people scream, holy hell, if you try to enslave them? What did they say? Taxation without representation is tyranny. And the King George deserves death. Huh? What you deserve for enslaving me? The Bible says if you steal a man and get caught with him, that's the death penalty. So what, you think I'm lying? I don't know what to do for you, boy. You don't know. I know what the book say about you. Let's see here. If you find it for me, let me know. This is the Exodus, the 21st chapter. I know sometimes I know things is in the book that other people don't, they gloss over and never see it. Go to the 21st chapter of Exodus. This is this is the 15th verse to show you how Almighty God gave Moses some laws here that you better be glad hadn't been being enforced, but it's about to. You know why you was told to remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded him in all horror for Israel? Huh? In horror for all of Israel? Because this is about to start being enforced now. There shall be famines and pestilences. Now, what? To enforce the law. Have you been checking out the children's wards in these some of these states? Viruses is killing them. You think this is a joke? Wait and see. And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And hey, you were told to honor your father and your mother, wasn't you? Why is that? Because if your mother and your father don't get no respect from you, who else stands a chance? I didn't hear you. All right. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him. That's what you did to us, white people. He that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand,
he shall surely be put to death. The first death that you experience is spiritual and mental. The second death is physical. Now, and I'm offering you a chance. It's up to you. You think this is a joke? Wait and see. You're going to wish you had accepted my offer. It's a whole lot of them. I told them, when you laying up there gasping for air, like a fish out of water, you remember what I told you. You remember me telling them that? Okay. Have you found anything that I told you to be a lie? Name it. Come on, tell me what lie I told. Revelation. This is the 21st chapter of Revelation. Where Grover said he wants you to wonder. We want it reduced down to the size that you can fit it in a bathtub. So then they can wonder what we're up to. Huh? And you know what? How do you frighten people? You frighten them by them not knowing what you're up to. That's what's happening now. They don't want big government because big government is like the SDNY, the FBI, and the honest police department. All of them people, they keep you posted. The news media, well, that's the first thing they wanted to get rid of, your trust in the news media. How do you get people to distrust the news media? You set up media and call it news media when it's not. You set it up and start feeding propaganda and lies to the people. And then you start calling true news media false news, fake news, until people don't know what to believe. And once you can get people to disbelieve in the truth coming from respected news media, especially if you can buy one out that was respected and then flip it and make it into your propaganda tool, then you can call news media fake news. And then the watchdog is put to sleep. The watchdog, as far as you're concerned, you can't trust it. And then when they bring you something, they can say, oh, they're lying on me. The politician, the lawyer can say they lying on him. Do you understand? Okay. Now, but that's what they done did to you. Got you fighting each other. Just like they say, orange is the new black, well, white is the new nigger. I see white people are doing each other like Negroes do each other. Can't come together and agree on nothing that's good for them. That's sad. Well, now you see how it feels. Now, just a moment. The fearful. You know why you are fearful? It's because you are willfully ignorant. The truth has come to you. I'm sharing the truth with you. But you're rejecting the truth. And that's why you run around here buying guns and buying utility clothing and call yourself getting ready for some final war of Armageddon and all of this kind of stuff. You are a fool.
Did you honestly think that the God who said, thou shalt not kill, intended to fight that kind of war with you at the end? Is that what you think? That he was preparing his people to shed blood of anybody? No. You see what the real fight is. I done killed your man. I done killed your ability to even talk to me. You lost before you got started. You know why? Because it's written that you wouldn't have no win. They all running from me. Here I done told people you ain't even no Muslim if you don't follow me. How come ain't nobody saying nothing to me? I can prove what I say. What can you prove? Nothing but how big a fool you are when you reject to follow me. I call all your religions a lie. How come you don't come in here and argue for your religion? Because it's a lie. That's why. The Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout. See, you can't even say I talk too loud. Because the louder I say it, the more of a shout it is. This is the 21st chapter of Revelation. It says, but the fearful and the unbelieving. It's unbelievable. I just can't believe he's the Son of Man. Yeah, the unbelieving and the abominable. Men walking around lusting after men. You seen that commercial where keep on loving who you loving? And there's two Negroes sitting up there kissing each other. Men. With beards on yet. But the fearful and the unbelieving and the abominable, you say, well, there ought to be a law against it. It is a law against it. God's law. Of course, God's law, you are free to obey or free to disobey. Nobody tried to make you. He said, we have pointed out to man the two conspicuous ways he may be thankful or unthankful. I didn't hear you. You don't see me walking around here talking about let's go beat up some homosexuals or let's go beat up some lesbians. Let's go and let's do something to them. I ain't gonna do nothing to them. I'll leave them alone. The same as what Lot was doing when he was around them. Read the history. Lot simply told them, look, these are my guests. Now, brethren, you go on. I got two daughters. If you want that, you go take them. But they leave it unto these men do nothing. He said, well, I tell you what, they can be a judge because we going to do it to you. And the angels told Lot, he said, I tell you what, you get out of here. You got any more here? You get out of here. We're going to destroy this place in the morning. Do you understand? They brought their destruction on for trying to force their ways on those who didn't want it. You hear me? Okay. The abominable and murderers and whoremongers, pimps. That's what a whoremonger is. It's a pimp. And sorcerers and idolaters and all liars. You know, sorcerers, people who invent those, sorcerers, they conjure up little, what they call concoctions to make you act silly. You seen that? Well, the people who manufacture all of these different what they call recreational drugs and sell them to people. Well, crack, for instance. Somebody conjured that up, made it
figured out a way to make something that will make people crazy. Huh? Sorcerers and idolaters. People who care more about stuff than they do about other people. Idol worshipers. And all liars. Well, Trump and everybody who support him. I didn't hear you. All liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. You know, over 1 million people, they said, died from this first pestilence in America. Now they got other pestilences that's on the horizon. It's afflicting children 2 and under and all this kind of stuff. Man, you got issues. Allah is about to do just what he promised. He said, this generation, what generation? The generation that the Son of Man comes speak to. How many of y'all don't believe I'm the Son of Man? Come on. I know you're listening. Unmute your phone and tell me why you don't believe in me and why, and tell other people why they should not believe in me. Come on. See, if you don't give people a chance to cross-examine or to put forth their view opposing what you are presenting, then you can't claim that you are giving a just judgment or that that is a just forum. Come on now, you used to call in here quick, tell me that I ain't this and I ain't that. What's wrong? I told you you was gonna learn to be scared of me. You will not make me the butt of your jokes. No, you won't. The second death, that's the one that removes you completely. First one just kill the mind. The second one, the body follows. Now, I done already killed your false doctrines of religion. That's why ain't nobody coming in here offering us a religion other than the one I'm teaching. The messenger told you that I would do that. He said, I don't care what you believe in. You could believe in Buddha. He said, but Allah is not going to let you get away with going and bowing to some other God. He going to know. He going to force you to bow to him. He said, and in the end, you're going to come and say, Mr. Muhammad, I'm with you. Are we on Facebook? Are we on Twitter? We on Twitch? And what about that other one, that redneck one? Rumble. We on Rumble? Anybody saying anything on any of them? Huh? So I want to hear it. Because if they ain't talking, I want to hear it. That's what you do in court. You have hearings. This is the judgment. I am the Son of Man, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you that I would come and judge you. He told you that. You heard Grover Norquist say he wanted to reduce your government down to the size that he could fit in a bathtub, and then you could wonder what they doing. That it could wonder what him and the boys that been working with him were doing. I already know what they were doing. They was planning on destroying your government, something they couldn't do in the 1862, they tried to do it now in 2016. You hear me? They're trying to destroy one of the greatest nations that ever existed. I remember, and like many people, see, they hear and don't hear. You know, it's bad when you hear only what you want to hear instead of what's really being said. I remember the messenger said in 1974, he said, well, you say he taking it from me and he taking it from my brother. He said, well, if he taking it from the Indian, let the Indian fight for his own. He said, one thing I could bear witness with the white man, the Indian wasn't doing nothing with it, with the country, but hunting and fishing. And if he was going to come here and take it away from him and build up a great nation, a great country like this, he called it a great country. He said, a great country like this. I say he should have come here a long time before he did come. And most of them thought the messenger was making mockery. No, he was not making mockery. He was saying that if the white man was going to come here and do with this country what he had did here and taken it away from them, he should have had it first. I didn't hear you. He should have come here a long time before he did come. Long time before he did come would have been 17,000 years ago. But he wasn't here 17,000 years ago. Do you understand? He didn't exist 17,000 years ago because he was still inside of us. But, you know, it would have been nice if he had had it first and didn't have to kill nobody to take it. Do you understand? And that's what the messenger was saying. But you can't hear. So I'm trying to get you to understand that no messenger of God ever says it's a good thing that people were killed or murdered. No, we don't think like that. It may have been a necessary thing, but it was not no good thing. We don't rejoice over the loss of human life when we know that that's part of our family. So, there ain't but one human family on the planet Earth, and every human being is a part of that family. And if you don't start acting like it and treating each other like that, then we are no longer going to tolerate your fratricide. When you kill your own family members, that's called fratricide. So, do you not see your sons and daughters coming home from wars now, mentally troubled? What, you thought you could just disobey God's words and do it with impunity? Not no more. You ain't gonna order me to go kill nobody. Now, I will, as the messenger said, we will not participate in your wars unless America herself is attacked, wherein we will then have something we have to fight for. But I'm not finna go nowhere. I ain't even gonna send my sons and daughters nowhere that you come out, let's go over here and do none. Now, I say this. When we see aggression, that naked aggression like Russia is doing to Ukraine, I think it is only right that the community, the world community, if the world community would stand fast against what Russia is doing under President Putin, he'd stop. Just tell him, no, you can't do that. Or we all going to be against you. We will not do business with you. We will not do nothing with you. And we will not invade you. But you will find it very hard to live on this earth if every nation turns its back on you. And you get out of them people's country, and then you pay them retribution for what you went in there and tore up. Now, and apologize to them publicly. Anyway, now, let's see here. Let me let you hear some of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he told you that I would come and judge the world. How many of y'all don't believe I'm the judge of the world? See, I don't have to put on no black robe. I come with mine. I beheld a black horse, and he that sat upon him had a pair of balances in his hands. Your kingdom, your knowledge has been weighed in the balance, in a balanced mind, and has been found wanting. You don't even live up to your, what you call ideals. Abraham Lincoln understood that. Abraham Lincoln understood that you were, just a moment. Let me let you hear these things. You know, I got stuff on there. Let's see here.
Case?
Give me a minute.
It won't hold.
Last question about why you wrote the book. I read that it wasn't so much that you wanted to look at what Lincoln did. Many books have been written about that. You wanted to find out why he did it. What was the prevailing sense?
Yeah, it was how versus why. It was how versus why. He was a principled anti-slavery politician. I'm not trying to elevate him to godlike status. Emancipation and abolition came about in this country because of a multiplicity of factors, not least the courage of Black Americans themselves to insist on liberty. As a white politician, however, Lincoln stood by a conviction that slavery could not spread and ultimately would not stand. And he made choices in real time that were contrary to his immediate political interests. And making choices in real time that are contrary to your immediate political interests is the definition of statesmanship. And so my question was, why did he do it? And he did it because he thought it was right. He said, slavery is wrong. They think slavery is right and want to keep it. We think slavery is wrong and do not. And there are moments, as James Russell Lowell once said, once to every man and nation comes a moment to decide. And we're facing a similar moment. What we have to decide on right now is, do we allow a dedicated interest that is enthralled to one man to put the pursuit of power above American principle? And if that's the case, then this experiment, as Lincoln might say, will not long endure. The good news is that we do have the power to make the choice to keep this experiment going. It's at once thrilling and terrifying. It's thrilling because it's up to us, and it's terrifying because, oh, Jesus, it's up to us.
Well, I'll tell you what. You had your time. The only thing that's up to you now is whether you're going to live past your time. Because all that's up to me. And when your time, when we decide, just like when Noah agreed with Allah, he said to Allah, don't leave a soul on it. Well, Noah was tenderhearted. That's the one thing. You ain't met nobody that told that could honestly tell you that I was mean and evil. Some people get mad at me because I don't just fall out with people because they want me to. I just can't do that. But when Noah got fed up, Allah was fed up. That's what the messenger told you. He said, when one of us is angry, both of us is angry. You see, you cannot judge flesh if you are not flesh. That's why the word had to be made flesh. Well, the word is standing here in the flesh. And all of them beheld my glory. As they said, the glory is of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Why grace and truth? Excuse me. Grace is more time. Grace is an extension of time, even after your time ran out. Well, at the end of 6,000 years, white people, and all of you who've been making mischief and shedding blood on earth, your time ran out. And all of the evil that you did after 6,000 years was actually supposed to be a death sentence to you. But God is just. So you are not destroyed for doing the 6,000 years of evil that you've been doing. Nobody is held accountable for that. All is forgiven. That's why I had to come and speak to you. If I had not come and spoken unto them, they would not have had sin. They would not have had the knowledge that they were sinning. And them, because their deeds were made fair seeming to them. But so much so till they would even have so-called religious people praying for them before they go off to kill people. They was actually praying to God to bless them to be successful in murdering their brother. I don't say you. And some of them, they was making wars that I love and killing people, killing their brother, and saying God is great. And they thought they was doing it. The time coming when men, whosoever killeth you, will think that he doeth God service. Man, blowing himself up and blowing other people up and saying, Allahu Akbar. And somebody convinced him that that was an act of righteousness. You have been lied to by false prophets, false people pretending to be representing God when the only thing they was representing was their own devils. Their minds, their delusional minds. Devil is an acronym for deviser of illusion. That's what the devil said he would do. He would make evil fair seeming to them. Well, he created the illusion that evil is good. Evil is good. You remember that? What was that? A vampire comes to Harlem? Brooklyn? Yeah. Yeah. Vampire comes to Brooklyn. Eddie Murphy at Arsenio Hall, wasn't it? Just Eddie Murphy. He got up there. I like to roll. He said, that's just what the devil said he was going to do. Go make evil seem good. And then he got up there and said it. I said, boy, this is something. But anyway, ain't no harm in having fun while you're learning. No harm in it at all. But as you could see, Abraham Lincoln knew that they were at a crossroads of what kind of civilization they was going to have. Hence the term Civil War. Do you understand? Okay, see how every time I tell you something come on the air from white people backing up what I told you. The messenger told you that I would make everybody bear me witness. It's let me show you here. Give me a minute. I like to always why this thing doing what it's doing. Slow it down on me now. Give me a minute. I think somebody playing games with my computer here in a minute. Here it is. Just a moment. Oh, like I said, all of you who try to stop me from teaching the people and to save their life, and you get in the way, henceforth, hell is what's going to happen to you. Amen, amen, and amen. And that's justified. Because I told you, I offered you $50,000 and my life if you could prove that I'm teaching deception, if I'm teaching other than the truth, if I'm lying. Same thing the messenger said, if you find me lying, then I'm not the messenger of God, I'm a liar. Do you understand? Because God don't choose no such thing as a liar to come out and represent him. So, if I was speaking the truth, then why are you trying to get in the way of that getting to the people? You deserve hell, and that's what you're going to get from now on. As the Holy Quran says, so you're going to forget about it because you're going to keep on doing it. And the chastisement shall come upon them from whence they perceive not. Do you understand? Just like you slipping around trying to undermine me, you're going to visit the doctor one day and find something been slipping around inside of you, undermining you. Yeah. Then you will learn to leave me alone. You don't like me? Leave me alone. I'm not chasing you around trying to prevent people who want to hear you from hearing you.
If they want to hear you, I even tell people, come on here and give people your website and everything. You don't like what I'm teaching, give them your website, and then you can teach what you want. Those who want to hear you can go listen to you. Don't I tell them that? I ain't like you. If I don't want what somebody teaching, I leave them alone. I don't try to prevent them from being able to talk and teach. Why? Because I don't want nobody over here trying to prevent me from talking and teaching. Anybody that want to hear them, they got a right to hear them. Huh? Provided. Now, if I'm on here teaching something that's going to cause harm to the United States, I should be taken off. You don't have a right to try to destroy the house that granted you the forum in which to speak. You don't have a right to set that forum on fire and burn it down. Why should they let anybody be on the air that's harming the United States? I sure wouldn't. You let somebody come in your house and start fires? Do you? You let somebody come in your house and tell your children that they should not listen to you? Huh? Now, if you got something to say to me, say it and let me hear you so that I can defend myself. And put your life on it. You say, if this ain't true, I'll give my life for it. I bet you won't have no bunch of them on that end. The Holy Quran know how to keep a liar out of the picture. Tell him, invoke death. Invoke death if you're truthful. So far, I'm the only one invoking death. You hear anybody else offering you religion or offering you knowledge and putting their life on what they're saying? Do you?
Great day. The judgment. He is so wise and powerful. He makes everything of the creation to bear him witness that this is the day of judgment. And then makes you and me bear witness. This is the day of judgment. And the judge is sitting. Able, wise, knows us, and write down what we do and say. Sit in judge over the nation of the earth, having the power over their thoughts, making them to now fight each other, turning them insane. You see it going on?
Didn't it say? And I taught you what it meant. That whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day shall be put to death. Surely be put to death. And then I read to you the definition of that. It says, the man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. That's in Proverbs. In Proverbs, around the 21st chapter, I think it is. We'll see. It says, The 16th verse. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding. You know how you went to somebody and told them, hey, look, I was wondering. You was what? You was wondering where? Wandering out of the way of understanding. You didn't understand how to get to where you was trying to go. I was wondering, do you know where so-and-so lives? I was wondering, do you know which way it is to this or which way it is to that? So, the man that wandereth out of the way of understanding is dead. Look at you. You done started all this trouble all over the earth. You done put up nuclear plants and all this kind of stuff. And put all these carbon monoxide vehicles out on the highway. You put all of that asbestos material in people's homes and in the brake lining of cars and all of this kind of stuff, just to find out it's killing people. Not only that, the carbon monoxide is killing the earth, destroying, and the plastic that you get as a byproduct from your oil products now done polluted the oceans so much that fish are coming up filled with little specks of plastic inside of them, and people are ingesting that. You just done went crazy, poisoning everything. And now you don't know how to fix it. So, you got it right on that, the day the earth stood still with Keanu Reeves. Now it's time to destroy those who destroy the earth. This is your chance to change your mind so that you don't have to be destroyed. But if you don't change your mind, the scientists have already told you that they are trembling at all of those viruses that they done found that was up there in that frozen water that's now being unfrozen and them viruses being unleashed. There shall be pestilences. And Allah told me, he said, 1,000. So, let me read it. This is the 91st chapter of Psalms. It says, he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High. This is the first verse. Says, he that dwelleth in the secret place, in the mind of the Most High. What's in your mind? What's in your brain? You know your brain is in a secret place. You know that, right? The word is what dwells there. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High. Who is the Most High? Moses, David, Solomon. There are no higher men on the earth than the messengers of God. And as Allah said, we sent no messenger, but that he should be obeyed. And if he should be obeyed, he is the Most High. I didn't hear you. Don't never take the highest seat. Let somebody, when you are invited to a gathering or whatnot, don't take the highest seat because somebody more knowledgeable or more renowned than yourself may come in. When you start, why do you think that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin, them, but especially George Washington and Ben Franklin, why do you think they were so successful? It is because they remembered that God is the Most High. Do you understand
You see. So no matter what your rank is, they remember. God has no respect of the persons of men. If God, the truth, is for you, then it don't make no difference if you are a janitor. If the truth is for you, everybody better make sure that they be with you. Do you understand? If the truth is against you, it don't make no difference if you the king. You headed for a fall and chastisement, and everybody who's with you headed for the same. Do you understand? Because God is the truth. God means grantor of dominion. Tell me something that you know of other than the truth that will grant you dominion over anything or anybody. You cannot have dominion over people if you don't have the truth that gives you dominion. As I tell people, me and my brother was having a good laugh about it. I say, a lion got power. He got much more power than you as far as his muscles go. But he don't have dominion over you because he don't have knowledge of how to use that power in such way to take dominion over you. You have less physical muscles than him, but you know how to make an equalizer, and you can outthink him, and which gives you power over him. Do you understand? So don't think just because you got lots of powerful weapons and stuff that's supposed to frighten me. You ain't got nothing to frighten me with. I'm through being afraid of you. You gonna learn to be afraid of me. I got the power. And when Allah thinks I'm mature enough, he will give me all of the power that I need to deal with you. In the meantime, he said he will deal with you until I'm sufficiently mature not to abuse that power. So now you just keep on. Let me finish reading. It says, he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. You know, your shadow follows you everywhere you go. So even after the Most High of his day left this, it followed him. Goodness and mercy followed him. The scriptures followed the prophets. It didn't come at the same time as them. It came after them. Do you understand? And so I abide under the shadow of the Almighty. And that's you notice I abide in the scriptures. Do you understand? Then it says, I will say of the Lord. Now he's telling you who that is that abides by his word. It's just like, what is a Supreme Court justice in truth? A just judge. He abides under the shadow of the founding fathers. The Constitution is the shadow of them. Do you understand? It's left here after they are long gone. And a true judge of the Supreme Court or of any court, a true judge of the Supreme Court or of a circuit court or a federal circuit court or any court, as long as he abides under the shadow of those who wrote the Constitution, which is the Constitution. The shadow of the founding fathers is the Constitution. And as long as a judge abides under that, he can't be overturned in no decision he made. Just like you can't overturn me in nothing I say, because I'm sticking under the shadow of the Most High. I'm abiding by the law. I am a law-abiding citizen. I didn't hear you. You see, but you didn't know what that abiding part meant. But now you know. When you abide under the shadow of under the Constitution of the United States, no laws of the United States will ever condemn you. Do you understand? So it says, so I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge. Well, that's what the scripture tells you. The Holy Quran closes with saying, now here, remember now, David is the one that's speaking here. David says that the Lord, he said, I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge. Huh? Because it's the Spirit of the Lord that was upon David. He was anointed with the Spirit of the Lord. Do you understand? The Spirit of the Lord is the word of the Lord. As Jesus said, the words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. So when the Spirit of the Lord is upon them, he was saying the word of the Lord was upon him. And who is the Lord? Well, who did the book itself address itself to when it says, take the book and eat it up? As in, I'll make you eat them words. Well, I ate the book up because they are my words that I was given to say. I'm the leading man of this, not script, but of the scripture. You see, in Hollywood, they call it a script because it's fictional. But in life, we call it a scripture because it's prophecy of what is going to happen. And there had to be a leading man. The leading man is the Lord himself. And that's me. And so David said, I will say of the Lord concerning, or speaking of the Lord. I think you all give me a minute. I'm going to clear the other line here. Just give me a minute. Okay. Now we back. Okay. I had to clear the station off because they gone off. So David, remember David in the 23rd Psalms, he said, the Lord is my shepherd. Well, what do sheep that's under a shepherd consider the shepherd to be? They consider the shepherd to be their refuge. They take refuge under their shepherd. Do you understand? So David said, I will say of the Lord, of the Son of Man, for the Son of Man is the Lord of the Sabbath day. And so he said, I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge. Well, what did Isaiah say? Isaiah said, sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. This is the 8th chapter of Isaiah. He said in the 13th verse, sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread, and he shall be for a sanctuary. A sanctuary is a refuge. Is that right? The Holy Quran closes saying, say, I seek refuge in the Lord of men, the King of men, the God of men. So all of the prophets told you to seek refuge in me. Solomon said, trust in the Lord with all your heart. Seek refuge in the Lord. When you go someplace for refuge, you trust in that place. Is that right? Okay. He said, and let him be your fear. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. Of what? Your own understanding of the scriptures. It says, and in all of your ways, in all of your scriptures, remember Jesus said, I am the way? And since we make no distinction between any of the prophets, then all of the prophets are the way. Then seek refuge in the Lord. And in all of your ways, acknowledge him as your head. And he will direct you on the right path. And to direct means to guide. And since that's what you were taught to pray in the opening of the Holy Quran, it says the only thing you asked for was guide us on the right path. Well, I'm here to guide you on the right path. I'm here to guide you on the right religious path. And you either submit to me or you not a Muslim. Yeah. Well, I'm a Muslim. I submit to Allah. Everything submits to Allah. Allah didn't call us Muslims. Abraham did. Because he called those who submitted to him and obeyed him Muslims. So, see, I know how to put a stop to your lies. You put a stop to lies with truth. We take truth and we forcefully speak it. We shout it against falsehood. And we knock falsehood out of the brain. You see, got to do you like a cup that's full of urine or something and weld it to a table. And the table welded to the floor. Where you can't pick the cup up and throw the urine out of it. And you sure ain't gonna suck it out of there. But you got enough, if you got enough pure water, you can keep pouring that pure water in there and run that urine out of there. And then go with some Purex or something and go through there with that. And after you get enough of that through there, then pour some more pure water back through there until pretty soon ain't nothing in there but clean, pure water. Do you understand? And you've knocked all of the filth out of there. So, you ran it out of there. Now, let's get back to the 91st chapter of Psalms. It says, I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress, my God. In him will I trust. Well, you notice, you can't tell me that the founding fathers did not believe in that. They put it on the back of their money. Reminding all of its citizens, this is a Federal Reserve note, or it was a silver certificate. But it's not in this silver that we trust. It's in God that we trust. Do you understand? Just a little reminder. Reminding surely profits. Huh? There was a time when the citizens of the United States made more money and they could really see that they was making more money. Because the people in business were patriots. Like Henry Ford, that man was a patriot. You could tell that by the way he looked at his employees and he looked at his country, that he didn't want his employees in poverty, producing goods that they couldn't afford to buy. He paid them enough to be able to buy cars and still have something left to go buy groceries, to pay their house notes, and all of that thing. So he had happy people working in his factory. Do you understand? Every time you get a little more money, now, greedy corporate entities who bent on destroying this country, see, they found a way to even make your progress look like it's nothing, and that nothing is being done for you. Because the more you make, the higher they inflate the prices of things. Do you understand? Don't get rid of Joe Biden. Get rid of all of these people that's running game on you. All you have to do is just get rid of the Republicans. Because even some of the true Republicans want to get rid of them. And you notice none of them ever comes in here to defend themselves against what I say. I ain't but one man. What they scared of? I'll tell you what they're scared of. They're scared of the truth. Can't come in here and double talk me. Can't come in here and talk past me. And you can't come in here and make a joke out of what I'm speaking on. And you are no longer dealing with a child. I'm a 71-year-old man. And on the 26th of next month, I will be 72. So you're a long way from grade school in here. And ain't none of your politicians old enough for me to be calling them daddy. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. You notice the scripture refers to us as Babylon as birds. Say Babylon the Great is fallen. And it's become the habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit in a cage for every unclean and hateful bird. A fowler is someone who goes out hunting for birds. Do you understand? The reason that we call birds foul is because if you've ever raised pigeons or chickens or whatever, when you walk into the chicken coop or walk into the pigeon coop, you can see why we call them foul. Because the air is foul in there. You can smell it, and it don't smell clean. It's foul. So we call them the fowl of the air. Do you understand? See now, if white people had gave me this language, then they would have been explaining that to us a long time ago if they knew it. But we gave them English, and they gave it back to us because it was time. It's kind of like in the Matrix. In the end of it, the one revolution, the one who created Smith came back inside of him. Do you understand? You see, Neo. And the beginning of Smith was the end of Smith. You know, just like the beginning of your rulership, white people, was the black man. And now the black man is here ending your rulership. You're not going to rule us no more. You're not going to rule anything. You're going to either submit or you're not going to be here. What I look like calling you daddy? What I look like calling any man on earth father? I'm the father. And you will conduct yourself like subordinates. You will conduct yourself like my children, or you're not going to be here. You will obey me, or you're not going to be here. We tried obeying you, and everybody living in hell that's been obeying you. To my ruling in hell. If you in hell, you ain't ruling. Dummy. To rule is to have dominion over the things that trouble you. And if you have dominion over the things that are troubling you, you should be at peace. Then how come you're not at peace if you ruling in hell? I know you ain't got no peace because you're breaking everybody else's peace. You notice people come in here. You know why people would, if you talk to people who listen to me, they would tell you my meetings is the highlight of their week. You know why? Because in my meetings they have peace. Now, I couldn't give you peace if I didn't have peace. You can't give away what you don't have. My peace I give unto you, which passeth to all of you understanding. If you know the scripture, you know I just quoted the scripture to you. So, now, let's see here. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. Every time the white man go into the scripture, he's fouling it. Because he's misinterpreting what's there. Do you understand? And every time you go in there without me, you fouling it up. The preacher is a fowler of the air. Do you understand? But I'm delivering you from the fowler. Do you understand? Then it says, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers. Every time I turn a page in the Holy Scriptures, it's a feather that I'm using to protect you with by reading it to you in its proper understanding. I'm covering you with my feathers. Do you understand? Now, understand something. Where do you find feathers located? Generally, on a bird and on especially his wings and his body. You notice the whole scripture is a body of knowledge, and it has wings to it. Do you understand? It has many books in it. It has parts to it. You see? And so I'm covering you, protecting you with the true understanding of the scripture so the fowler can't come and mislead you. Do you understand? So he shall, as is written here, it says, he shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. Yes. You don't get up and try to explain the scriptures, but you put yourself under the scriptures when you come in here and put yourself under me, and you are under my wings. I take you under my wing. You notice that's what they tell you about mentors and stuff. They say, well, you take him under your wings and what? Well, under wings of what? The wings of your mind. The understanding and knowledge that's in your mind is what enables you to rise to the occasion of any occasion that comes up in this particular field. Well, I take you under my wings and cover you. And you trust in my wings. Do you understand? I'm teaching. What is another word for trust? Faith. I'm bringing you the faith. I'm establishing the faith. Your faith in what is written. I have faith in it. Therefore, I can establish the faith that I have in it. I can establish that in you. So you will trust in Allah's word. You see, the Lord is faithful. That's what the book teaches you. Faithful is another word for full of faith. And it says, his truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that
or the bullet that flieth by day? Huh? What part of the arrow do you really have to fear? It's the point on it up. If it was stubbed, it probably wouldn't pierce the skin, but it's got a little pointed piece of iron or lead on the front of it, and it comes to a point and it can pierce you, huh? Right. Well, a bullet is like an arrow. So they say arrows, but it's talking about bullets too. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper. So it says, thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness. What if Dr. Fauci and the scientists of the CDC had not showed us the coronavirus? That thing was all around us. It's still all around us, and we can't see it. So, as it says, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness. Darkness won't let you see nothing. Is that right? So something could be right out in front of you, but you don't see it. But it's walking in darkness. You notice, people, what did they tell us? Keep people 6 feet from you. If you're outdoors, keep them 6 feet from you and wear a mask. Because as they're speaking, that virus that's inside of them can be transmitted to you, and you won't see it, but it'll get inside of you. It's walking around in flesh. It's walking in darkness. Do you understand? So it says, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand. I told you you was going to, before that stuff started happening, I told you were going to start seeing people dying by the tens of thousands. You don't remember that, huh? Well, I told you. It says, but it shall not come nigh unto thee. I didn't take the vaccine because I was scared for me. I took it to encourage you to go and take it. All of you all who got these people out here like Farrakhan and Donald Trump and them telling you don't worry about this thing. I was listening to the people who manifested and told us about the virus in the first place. And Allah told me to be subject unto those that have higher knowledge than me in any particular field. So I saw President Obama and President Biden take and some of the medical people taking the shot to be seen taking. They took it to show you that yeah, this is a good thing, and everybody was happy. And then just to find out, people was running around here saying, "Don't take the shot." You can't. You ain't gonna naturally get rid of a pandemic. You vaccinate your way out of that. That's why Allah gave us knowledge, gave scientists knowledge of how to look at the immune system, take people's blood, look at what you see in the blood that wasn't normally there, and you'll see the immune system giving you a map of what to do to try to fight this thing. Do you understand? I don't have to be no scientist to know that. They don't just come up with cures. The immune system is what helps them, puts them on the right track. Allah is putting them on the right track. Do you understand?
Okay. Oh, by the way, any of you in the scientific community, if you hear me say anything that is not quite accurate, why are you sitting there silent? Straighten it out. I promise you, I ain't gonna get mad at you. I'm always thankful when people give me information that makes me wiser. It says, 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh unto thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. You've seen many of them that was telling other people, don't take that virus, and you saw them come right out there on the news, on their dying bed, saying they wish they had not did that. They wish they had it. Yeah, you always wish you had done better. What gave you the right to dispute with scientists on subject matter that they knew and understood when you had not the slightest clue of that particular subject matter? Why were you trying to dispute with them? You deserve the fate that came to you. Just like with me. I gave you every opportunity at any time you want to come in here and show me that I'm teaching something that is not right. You would not come in. You would not avail yourself of that opportunity. But every opportunity you got to talk about me behind my back, that's what you availed yourself to do. The things I said about Minister Farrakhan, I even invited you to tell him that he could be the host in my broadcast and tell me when I could speak. And he and I could have a dialogue that way he could not claim that I was cutting him off or wasn't giving him a chance to speak or anything like that. And your only comeback was that somehow I wasn't big enough for him to talk to. Something that weak. He didn't seem to have no problem talking to rappers and talking to people that wasn't even Muslim. But another Muslim, he think I'm not big shot enough to talk to? No, he's scared of me. That's the problem. He ain't scared of you because you're dumb. You're ignorant. You don't know nothing about what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us. It's not a black leader walking on this planet that if you was not up under the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you're not even in the running to be able to guide us. You had to go under Elijah before you could come out here with any kind of credible credentials. Especially when you claim to be a religious leader. God said, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So how in the world are you claiming to be the one to come after the Elijah have been here and you wasn't even under Elijah? You didn't get baptized by Elijah. Jesus had to get baptized by John before he really went into his mission. Even John said He said he must increase and I must decrease. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you that wasn't nobody coming behind him but God. And if ain't nobody coming behind him but God, the scripture says that the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day, and know ye that the Lord, he is God. Now, any of you that claim that you know a God other than me, use what that God have taught you to give you dominion over me and shut my mouth. Come on, let me hear you. Since you know of a grantor of dominion that's above me, let me introduce me. Introduce me to your grantor of dominion, your God. You didn't even know that God meant grantor of dominion until I told you. Walking around here all buck-eyed and dreamy-eyed and well, you know God, and I said, where's God? And you go looking all up and going up. Well, we going up there. You're already up there. They done showed you from the satellites that you already out there. You ain't got to go out there. We already out there. So let me let you hear the messenger again. You know, y'all like to play crazy. But I can help you. I'll give you some shock treatments. The shock of the hour is a grievous thing. I didn't hear you. You know they give crazy folks shock treatments. Let's see here.
Greetings to you. I'm Elijah Muhammad, a preacher of freedom, justice, and equality to you, my poor black people who have been lost in the wilderness of North America for the last 400 or more years. You, my dear beloved brothers and sisters that is listening to my voice on this album, I would that you pay good attention to it. Our subject is the judgment. Judgment has been taught, and we have been warned that it is a day coming that we all will be judged. And whosoever Allah have voice upon, that person have a great reward bestowed upon him. Because we live in a world guided by the open enemy, the devil himself. Therefore, being lost from our own people, wherein there was no one to teach us, no one to help us. All teachers was prevented from teaching us a very pitiable condition our fathers fell in when captured by our enemies, the open devil in our native land. Through this defeat, here we are today on trial before the God who will judge us all. Who will this God be? The Son of Man, both Bible and Holy Quran declare. He will be a man, a son from a man, Son of Man. Not a formless spirit that the scientists, scholars of religion have given this name. So that judge on that day, the day of judgment in which we now live, will be a man. For only a man can judge right between man and man, because their nature is alike. Anything other than a man cannot judge our affairs, nor guide us in the right way that we will be successful. It's got to be a man. That when is the day of resurrection? This is the day of resurrection. You're living in it. When is the doom coming? When will be it taking place? Don't hurry for that day, because you're living in it now.
Yeah. This is the day where your misunderstanding of the scriptures has caused your death. And now I'm here resurrecting you, bringing you back to the true understanding of the Holy Scriptures. This is the day of resurrection, and I am the resurrection and the life, as it is written. And no man cometh unto the knowledge of the Father but by me. Who disagrees with that? White folk, y'all been around here talking about Jesus. Jesus talked about me. Jesus said, I go to my Father, and you see me no more. He said, but when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, the Spirit is the God of truth. He said God is a spirit. What spirit is it? The Spirit of truth. Spirit is the Word. And since the Word is God, then when the Word takes up residence with someone, then that one is God in the flesh. And here he stands. Now, that's a mighty bold statement to be making. How come you don't challenge me on it? Yeah. See, I told you I can stop your mouth. I'll stop every mouth. I usually could provoke people with talk like that. Just can't get nobody. Can't get no nibbles no more. So, but that's all right. You know, because people have found out that I don't mean no harm. I'm just trying to get them to talk to me so I can show them they don't know what they're talking about. So, I'm going to finish chapter 8 of Jeffrey Berman's book here. It says, I'm on page 103. It says, I know that campaign finance violations are viewed by some as minor offenses or technical in nature. Someone didn't fill out a form correctly or whatever. But those are not the types of irregularities that attract interest from the Southern District. We were drawn to intentional attempts to game the system and undermine our system of free and fair elections. That's what they're trying to do now. Undermine free and fair elections. You can leave it on the on the page here. What Sweeney said on the day of Lev and Igor's indictment sums it up. Quote, campaign finance laws exist for a reason. The American people expect and deserve an election process that hasn't been corrupted by the influence of foreign interests, and the public has the right to know the true source of campaign contributions. These allegations aren't about some technicality, a civil violation, or an error on a form. This investigation is about corrupt behavior and deliberate law breaking. Man, the more I read this book and the more I listen to what you call representatives, true representatives of the American government, the more I see why the messenger said what he said about how he respects the American government. I mean, we could learn a lot from them. I mean, if this man, being wicked, he learned to police his own wickedness. Do you understand? He couldn't have done that without the help of God. He has a system set up to put himself in check to make sure that his civilization continues. Huh? That is, and he left, they left, as they said, we do ordain this Constitution that to ourselves and to our posterity. They weren't just thinking about themselves. They was thinking about their children and their children's children, and they wanted something that was going to be here. Do you understand? Something that would survive after they were long gone. That is a noble goal, which makes the people who sought that goal nobility. A man is known by his works. It's easy for someone who has accomplished nothing to ridicule people who have accomplished something. And it manifests a small mind. Small-minded people dwell on the faults of others. Wise people dwell on the accomplishments and integrity of others. It's just like people who go around, you got some people who go around looking for dirt, and you got some people who explore looking for silver and gold, diamonds, and things of value. The earth contains all of that. It's not a one of us that if we be honest, don't have some things in our consciousness that we are ashamed of. And if you follow us long enough, if you walk around behind anyone long enough, you will find something shameful. What is more noble is to find things of value that you can add to your own character, to your own stature, if I can use that word. I treat life like a supermarket. When I go shopping, I look for the best things to put in my basket. I don't go looking for poison. I go looking for something that will strengthen my body and not weaken the health of my body. That's the way you should do it in life. When you are dealing with the mind, look for knowledge of truth that will strengthen your mind.
not lies and things that weaken your mind to the point that any little hint of light makes you run away. You see how all of these people who've been running around here spreading lies can't even come in here and have an intelligent conversation with me or in any court. They can't go to no court that will take them seriously about the charges that they leveled against the last election, but yet they still say it. So, Lev and Igor were not unintelligent. Igor had access to money. Lev was the details person. They had a lot of balls in the air in both the United States and Europe. Their activities were a mix of politics and business, and you couldn't separate the two. As Potter later told NPR, we went well beyond what we ever imagined his initial tip might reveal. Quote, to go from what was a garden variety FEC violation in a string of complaints we have filed to suddenly discovering that they were completely wrapped up in the White House actions, the Giuliani actions, what was happening in Ukraine, and letters from members of Congress on the firing of the ambassador is simply a very different scale than we had understood up until then in our work. Them boys was making all kind of mischief in the government. It says there were a couple of prongs to the indictment. The $350,000 contribution from Global Energy was part of a straw donor scheme. A straw donor, a false donor, they done fictional, then made up some company just so they could claim that a company gave some money, that a company that didn't even exist. Says the company they created was used as a pass-through to funnel money from a foreign donor, illegal under U.S. law, to the super PAC. And to show you, if they was willing to accept, that super PAC was willing to accept money from a foreign donor. Now you see why those crooks in Congress were saying that the January 6th was just tourists. Why? Because people who fly the Confederate flag don't consider themselves true citizens of the United States. They consider themselves as separate from the United States, which means that when they go someplace, they are touring that place. That they touring the Capitol building. It ain't their capital. Joe Biden is not their president. Just like Abraham Lincoln was not their president. Jefferson Davis was their president. Do you understand? You hear that man still talking about he got some executive privilege. Because of what? That's to keep his base. They think they talking past you. He's still president as far as he's concerned. Even though he ain't got no presidential powers, he's still president. But his presidential powers and his militia was the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. They was his militia. Do you understand? Ready, armed and ready, Mr. President. Armed and ready, Mr. President. Huh? In campaign finance forms required by the Federal Election people, FEC, in foreign finance forms required by the election FEC,
Lev and Igor represented that global energy was in the liquefied natural gas business. That might have been an aspiration of theirs, but the company at that point existed only on paper, and it did not have the resources to make large political contributions. Now, understand something. Lev and Igor didn't think that stuff up on their own. It was people inside of this government. You rest assured that a lot of them people in the Senate up there and in the House of Representatives was telling them how to do it. Do you understand? Okay. Just like Donald Trump didn't know nothing about declaring martial law. Michael Flynn told him what needed to happen to declare martial law. Do you understand? Michael Flynn, and he was Trump's chief advisor on that issue. And it says, the real source of the money was Audrey Moraviv, however it's pronounced. That's the best I can do on it. Miraviv, okay. Was Audrey Miraviv, a Russian industrialist. Now, listen to that now. The real source of the money was Audrey Miraviv, a Russian industrialist who was involved in the legal cannabis business, legal marijuana business, and they were trying to get licensed in Nevada. The legal cannabis business, they were trying to get licensed in Nevada. A Russian trying to get licensed to sell marijuana in Nevada. That's rich, man. Another partner in this would-be venture, Audrey Kukushkin was indicted with Lev and Igor for campaign finance violations. Miraviv, what was it again? Okay, Miraviv was charged in March 2022 and remains at large. Miraviv's money was also used to donate to statewide races in Nevada. In addition, Lev and Igor contributed money also through straw donors to Pete Sessions, who at the time was a congressman from Texas and chairman of the powerful House Rules Committee. The outreach to Sessions was connected to their effort to get Marie Yovanovitch fired from her post as U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. The day after Lev met with Sessions at his D.C. office, he posted a picture of himself with the congressman and captioned it, "Hard at work." Yeah. Working on these traitorous Congress people in the United States. On the same day, Sessions sent a letter to Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, urging that Yovanovitch be dismissed. It said that he had, quote, notice of concrete evidence, unquote, that she had, quote, spoken privately and repeatedly about her disdain for the current administration. Sessions subsequently put out a statement that his request for the ambassador's removal was unrelated to his meeting with Lev, which had focused on the strategic need for Ukraine to be energy independent. The information about Yovanovitch, he said, had come from several congressional
colleagues. In other words, he was lying. And I'm going to tell you something else. Many ambassadors that are good ambassadors don't necessarily agree with all of the politics of their party or of the president. But they know to keep their personal views about what the administration is doing in check. And they know that they are supposed to represent the foreign policy of the current president and his administration. Do you understand? If they don't feel comfortable doing that, then they resign. If they feel that that president is endangering the United States, then they remember their oath and they do as much as they can to control damage. But you don't run off. You don't resign when you see your country in danger. You don't leave your country. You fight for your country. And you fight in a way that is as diplomatic as you can. But you stay there and you defend your country. Do you understand? Okay. The indictment made reference to this meeting with Sessions. It included an allegation that Lev, at the request of a Ukrainian official, had sought the removal of the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and had met with a Congressman, Sessions, to solicit his support for the removal. We were still exploring whether these allegations might later form the basis of a FIRA charge against Lev and others who through lobbying or media appearances sought the removal of Yovanovitch at the request of a foreign official without registering as a foreign agent. You don't want foreign countries dictating who will be ambassadors for the United States. Do you not see the conflict there? You want American ambassadors to be appointed by American presidents or American government to represent what the government wants, what your government wants, not what other people's government wants. Do you understand? So, it's notable that the political activities of Lev and Igor took place not in secret, but largely in daylight. You know why people do, you know why the wicked do those things in front of you? It's so they can pretend and make you think that they don't know that it's wrong. That's just a trick they try to play on you. Like Donald Trump do all them things I know and say, yeah, well, he must don't know that it's not the law. Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi told you. One of them, I think it was Nancy, told you that Donald Trump is not a child. Man is 74 years old. If he didn't know, that ain't no excuse. He was told. But he knew. But they do it in front of you to make you think they don't know. Do you understand? Yeah, that's just a psychological trick he pulling on. There's Lev posted a picture of himself with Giuliani after a round of golf. A week after the arrests, Giuliani acknowledged in an interview with Reuters that he was paid $500,000 for work he did for fraud guarantee. He said the fee was for consulting work and legal advice.
Yovanovitch's, you know, I told you, love of money. You know, I mean, if Rudy Giuliani been buddies with Trump all these years, do you honestly think he'd be buddies with somebody that he wasn't something like him? You know about the company you keep. Didn't your daddy and mama teach you that? You don't run with drug dealers and say you not no drug dealer. Even if you ain't doing it right now, you must be aspiring to do it. Otherwise, what are you hanging with them for? Yeah, Liz Cheney. She the one that told her. Excuse me, Liz. Liz Cheney, I respect that woman. You know, I have great respect for her. Liz Cheney, she told them that Donald Trump is not a child. He's a 74-year-old man that is crooked. Now, I'm saying this. As crooked as a dog's hind leg. And he knows what he's doing. And he even told you he knows it so well that he said the justice system of America is a joke. And he treats it like a joke. Take me to court, I'll tie you up for 10 years. You need to teach him that it ain't no joke. All right. So it says, Yovanovitch's removal was a major goal of Giuliani's and of other Trump allies who believed that she was an obstacle to their efforts to unearth damaging information about the then presidential candidate Joe Biden and his son Hunter. Well, if you want to trump up some false information on somebody, you don't need nobody out there that's an ambassador that's going to tell the truth. You need somebody out there that's going to help you what you call justify and codify the validity of charges by them having a title of ambassador. Do you understand? So the ambassador was considered an anti-corruption advocate, and some Ukrainian officials, including those working with Lev and Igor, wanted her moved aside. See, she wasn't going to go along with corruption. Lev and Igor, emboldened by their high-level connections in the United States, you know, Trump and Giuliani, he says, by their high-level connections in the United States, apparently carried themselves with a degree of audaciousness in Ukraine. Dale Perry, an energy executive based in Ukraine, became aware of their campaign against Yovanovitch and notified the U.S. Embassy. In an interview with NPR, he said, quote, "I had never seen anybody in any part of the world where I've worked, and I've worked in over 30 different countries, never seen a business person to claim that they could see an ambassador removed." Huh? A business person claiming they could see an ambassador removed. It was, of course, impossible for me or anyone else to be unaware of how politically charged all of this was. The nation was in the third year of Donald Trump's combustible presidency. Remember the Holy Quran says, their parable is that of one who kindles a fire
And when it illumines all around him, then Allah takes away their sight. I should say their light. So they have no sight. Let's read it. That's over there in chapter 2, I think. And he called Donald Trump's administration the combustible Trump presidency. Let's see here. And it reminds me that in the 17th verse it says, well, let's go. You remember Donald Trump met with the so-called evangelicals, and they asked him, had he ever asked God for forgiveness? Why didn't he just tell them he don't believe in God? He wasn't going to say that, was he? But when he said 2 Corinthians, you know he didn't believe in God. That man hadn't been to church. You can't go go to church and know something about the Bible and call Corinthians 2 Corinthians. that don't work. Do you understand? Okay, now listen to this. This is the 14th verse of the 2nd chapter. And when they meet those who believe, they say, we believe. And when they are alone with their devils, their evil thoughts, they say, surely we are with you. We were only mocking. It says, and Allah will pay them back their mockery, and he leaves them alone in their inordinacy, their lawlessness, just blindly wandering on. These are they who buy error. They believe in error. They buy error for guidance. So their bargain brings them no gain, nor are they guided. Their parable is as the parable of one who kindles a fire. But when it illumines all around him, Allah takes away their light and leaves them in darkness, and they cannot see. Huh? Yeah. So, let's go back to what Jeffrey Berman said. It was, of course, impossible for me or anyone else to be unaware of how politically charged all of this was. The nation was in the 3rd year of Donald Trump's combustible presidency, and the 2020 election cycle was underway. 2 months after the indictment of Lev and Igor, the House of Representatives voted to impeach President Trump. The first of the 2 articles of impeachment alleged that the president solicited the interference of a foreign government, quote, solicited the interference of a foreign government, unquote, to take actions that would, quote, benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 United States presidential election to his advantage, unquote. The foreign government was Ukraine, and the reference to Trump's being assisted by, quote, his agents within and outside the United States government, unquote, obviously would have to include Lev and Igor. Impeachment is a political process. We had no role to play in that. All we could do in this case, as in every matter we took up, was to keep our heads down and follow the evidence and the law. What do you mean by keeping the heads down? Didn't want to get embroiled in no political battles or whatnot, or even give the appearance that they were involved in any of this politics that these people was playing. Do you understand? At least that Donald Trump now was playing. And it says, except for the concern that we not have a press conference to announce the indictments. Main Justice and Barr did not interfere,
in the prosecution of Lev and Igor. My sense, which I cannot know for sure, is that Barr viewed Giuliani as a rival. He was the other lawyer whispering in the president's ear. Anytime there was a story about Lev and Igor, Rudy's name was in it. Excuse me. They were described as his associates on his business partner or his business partners. After they were taken into custody at Dulles Airport, our headline read, quote, Rudy Giuliani's fixers for the Ukraine caper just got arrested. To the extent of this, to the extent of all of this tarnished Rudy, I think Barr was fine with that, with it. But the case had tentacles. It raised other questions and suggested new areas of inquiry, new areas to inquire about. It potentially led to other subjects. And Barr certainly did involve himself in other potentialities. And his goal, I think, was to contain and control whatever else might come of the Lev and Igor case, and more broadly, what came out of Ukraine that could either hurt or help the president. Barr seemed always eager to be of service to the president, to be, as I said, the most valuable player in his cabinet. So he wants to manage this situation. He has no way of knowing where it might go, and really nobody does. But it looks to him as if it has the potential to spiral. So in January 2020, he came up with a plan. He described this plan he had hatched as, quote, an intake process in the field, end quote. That made it sound almost normal. The Department of Justice, in order to deal with the large influx of evidence, was going to employ this tried and true method in order to keep it all straight. But in all my years as a prosecutor and defense attorney, I had never heard of an, quote, an intake process in the field, unquote. And neither had any executive staff or Sweeney. Neither had my executive staff or Sweeney. His plan was to run all Ukraine-related matters, including information that Giuliani was peddling about the Bidens, through 2 other districts. His choices were Rich Donahue, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, who sat in Brooklyn, and Scott Brady, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania in Pittsburgh. Donahue would oversee all Ukraine-related investigations, and Brady would handle the intake of information from Rudy and his lawyer. This scheme notably did not include me or SDNY, which, as the office running the Lev and Igor case, was well versed in all things Ukraine. Barr's implication seemed to be that with such a fire hose of material coming in from Rudy and his lawyer, we needed to spread the work out. And we had to have some kind of traffic cop to keep it all organized and flowing in the right direction, which was to be Brady in Pittsburgh. All of this, of course, was utter nonsense. If somebody has information about an ongoing case, they typically hire a lawyer and approach the office that's involved, regardless of the quality or veracity of the material. I wanted to see it. We were the office with the background to determine its value, and we certainly would have had our own questions for Rudy because he was a close associate of the two guys we just indicted. What's more, our office was only a taxi ride away for Rudy and his lawyer. Pittsburgh was a 350-mile trip for them. We could have handled whatever information Rudy had. With more than 200 fully capable attorneys, I would have found a couple more to throw into the mix if it came to that. But that's not what was driving the Attorney General's machinations. I believe it was really an effort by Barr to keep tabs on our continuing Lev and Igor investigation and keep us segregated from potential helpful leads or admissions being provided by Rudy. This became immediately clear to me and to Sweeney when we tried to access the information Rudy was providing. Rudy and his lawyer met several times with Maine Justice and then with Brady's team in Pittsburgh. There were FBI reports of those meetings called 302s, which we wanted to review. So did Sweeney. Sweeney's team asked the agents in Pittsburgh for a copy and was refused. Sweeney called me. He called me up livid. Jeff, in all my years with the, quote, he said, Jeff, in all my years with the FBI, I have never been refused a 302. He said, quote, this is a total violation of protocol. Sweeney asked Jacqueline McGuire, his special agent in charge, to reach out to the acting head of the FBI's office in Pittsburgh, Eugene Noel, to request the 302s and related information. A few days later, Noel got back to McGuire and repeated what Brady had told him about the 302s. Quote, it's not my job to help the Southern District of New York make a case against Rudy. That was the quote. He quoted, it's not my job to help the Southern District of New York make a case against Rudy. End quote. Of course, with Sweeney, they were starting up with the wrong guy. He pressed the issue with FBI leadership in D.C. and was ultimately provided with the 302s and related documents months after he had initially requested them. He passed them on to us. In addition, Donahue, as part of his new role, was given a sensitive Ukraine investigation that I thought should have gone to us. I expressed my concern to Sweeney, who was working with the Eastern District on the case. He reassured me, don't worry, quote, don't worry, I have your back. If there is any information relevant to the Southern District, I will make sure you get it. End quote. There were some press reports that Donahue was supervising our Lev and Igor investigation. That was not accurate. Donahue did call me shortly after he received the appointment from Barr. He wanted to set a day to come to our office and get an overview from our team on our investigation. Instead, I offered to come to his office. The next day, I took the subway a few stops to Brooklyn and had an enjoyable afternoon getting a tour of his office and shooting the breeze. I spent a couple couple of minutes giving Donahue an overview, and he did not push for more. That was the first and last time I briefed Donahue on our Ukraine investigations. I didn't know Brady well, but I considered him a solid guy. Donahue and I were geographically closer than any two U.S. attorneys in the nation. The Eastern District office is right across the East River in Brooklyn, no more than a 10-minute subway ride on the 4 or 5 train. In addition, in Brooklyn, its territory includes Queens, Staten Island, and Long Island. Donahue had served in the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division. He was a paratrooper, a military judge, and later a longtime associate U.S. attorney and criminal division chief in the Eastern District. He worked in the private sector as general counsel for a technology company. He's a first-rate attorney, but he went along with Barr's machinations even when that meant interfering in SDNY's cases. Pittsburgh, no doubt, at the direction of Main Justice, was boxing us out. The obvious reason to keep Sweeney out of the loop was that he was working with us. The episode was one of the craziest things I encountered over the whole course of my tenure, which is really saying something. Almost 2 years after his arrest, Igor pleaded guilty to violating campaign finance laws. In court, he admitted that he and his Russian straw donor, whom he described as an experienced investor in the cannabis space, unquote, gave money in order to help them secure licenses. He admitted that he knew it was against the law to contribute on behalf of a foreign national. He did not agree to cooperate in prosecutions against anyone else. I think he just decided that he did not want to talk to the extent the Southern District would want him to. Every defendant makes his or her own calculations. Lev decided to go before a jury and stood trial with a co-defendant, Audrey Kukushkin, in October 2021. A fourth man involved in the campaign finance and fraud guarantee schemes, David Correa, had pleaded guilty previously. Lev's defense attorney, Joseph Bondi, argued that his client did not willfully break laws, but was bewildered by the complexities of the campaign finance regulations. Quote, he was in well over his head, end quote, Bondi said. Quote, but he had some good ideas. After describing the scheme to the jury, Aline Floater, one of the attorneys, assistant U.S. attorneys on the trial team, said, quote, that is what secret foreign money infiltrating American elections looks like, unquote. The jury came back with its verdict in 5 hours. Lev and his co-defendant were convicted on all counts. About 5 months later, in March 2022, Lev pleaded guilty to deceiving investors in fraud guarantee. He was sentenced to 20 months in prison. I think Barr wanted to put the Ukraine probes into the hands of U.S. attorneys whom he knew and trusted more than me. I had already engaged in the long push and pull with him over an involvement in Trump versus Vance, which he ran through Rosen, but which I knew he was stage managing. I had confronted him on Hallbank, which I will discuss in detail later in the book, and on our declination of the Kerry case, declining to take the Kerry case, and going back to the beginning, he clashed in the aftermath of Michael Cohen's guilty plea. Elements of his post-Cohen maneuvers can be seen as prologue to his attempts to manage the Lev and Igor material. In the Cohen case, he first questioned the basis of it and then raised the possibility that the conviction be reversed. Then, for 2 months, he put a stop to investigations that grew out of it. Finally, he attempted to put Donahue of the Eastern District in charge of it. That mirrored what was happening after we charged Lev and Igor. Barr sought to carefully manage the fallout. My strategy to always steer away from huge blow-ups with Barr had been successful. For the most part, I was able to keep my job and maintain the integrity of the office. But Barr and I were not close, and I was under no illusions that he liked or trusted me. He no doubt viewed me more as an obstacle than an ally. The, quote, intake process in the field, unquote, nonsense was clearly not driven by his sense that all that Ukraine material would be too much for the Southern District to handle. The only burden we needed lifted from us was the Attorney General's improper meddling. You know, you must remember something, that if the Justice Department was truly filled with corrupt people, this book wouldn't have been let out, because he had to get it cleared through the Justice Department before he released it. So I'm proud of them, and I hope that they get it together, because you got something here worth saving, man. And I will help you to, as much as I can, to save your country. Because I'm hoping one day you will help me to save my people. So I think we're out of time. We went a half hour over. I try to stop it at 4 hours. You know, other people teach 4 hours. They think they done just really did something. That's routine for me. I have something to say. It takes time to teach people. It don't take time to tell people a lot of things. But if you're trying to teach something to people, you'd be surprised how many hours is involved in really trying to teach. So, now, anyone have any questions they want to ask me before I get off of here? You notice most of the things that you would question me about, I answered questions about what's meant by what's said before I moved on to something else. I don't hardly leave any questions for people. Yes, sir. Did you turn those speakers on? Well, you need to put another battery in there. Somebody got their hand up. What unmute? Just a moment. Okay, caller. Meanwhile, Lincoln Malai Salam.
I was, it's not a question, it's more, I know that you don't keep up with dates and stuff, but it's the second time that I had heard you say that Donald Trump was 74. Donald Trump is 76. He was born June the 14th, 1946.
Thank you.
I think June the 14th is Flag Day.
Okay, well, that low-down man is 76 years old, and he could give less than a tinker's damn about the United States. And anybody who's supporting him don't give a damn about this country. When he left office, people was literally in new cars in a bread line waiting for the National Guard and other places where food was being distributed, waiting to have bags of food put in the trunk of their car. Thanks to Donald Trump and all of these low-down dogs who support him. And they're too cowardly to come in here and talk to me. That's all right. Just like you got plans for me. We already had a plan for you. It's already working too. And let me show you. They're all hiding from me. Let me show you. It was written that you were going to do that. This is the 6th chapter of Revelation. Yeah. I got your name and number, boy. Here it is. Right here. This is the 14th verse. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together. What do you mean the heaven departed as a scroll? That mean the heaven opened up. Hereafter shall you see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. When a scroll is rolled together and departs, it's opening. Do you understand? So it's saying and the heaven, the Holy Scriptures was opened up. And every mountain and island were moved out of their places. Yes, everything. You notice, remember Jesus said if you have so much faith as a grain of mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea. Huh? Well, you see, everything that you thought was as immovable as mountains, these religions and all of these so-called scholarly institutions. Look at them. You got some of these people sitting up in Congress right now. Didn't they say that boy, Mr. Fist Pumper, Josh Hawley, wasn't he one of them Yale graduates or something? He up there fist pumping people who trying to overthrow the government. What that tell you about the education he got at that institution that was so reputable? Every mountain and island is moved out of their places now. Huh? Can't look to them for no leadership no more. They produce fist pumpers who like to overthrow the government. And it says, and the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains. I offered to pay Donald Trump, what was it, $2,000 an hour? $5,000 an hour? If he'd come in here and talk to me? That nigga wouldn't come in here if I offered him $50,000 an hour. I call him what he is, nigga. A selfish, stingy, miserly individual. Look up niggard. Niggard. The kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains and the mighty men and every bondman and every free man hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of who? Of the Lamb of God. For the great day of his wrath is come. And who shall be able to stand? Who can stand in my presence and argue with me? Come in here and let me see you do it. See, we wrote what you were going to be doing before you did it. Now it's being done. Look at you, hiding. That's all you can do when all you got is a lie. Well, let me show you. I like to give people something to hang their head on. So I ain't gonna send you away unhappy. I like to send you away happy. So let's see here.
Down here, there's no hiding place down here. You know, I went to the rock to hide my face, but the rock cried out, no hiding place. There's no hiding place down here. You know, the sinners gonna be running at the knowledge of their fate. They're gonna run to the rocks and the mountains, but their prayers will be too late. Yeah, you know they forgot about Jesus, not knowing the end was nigh. But they'll be running, trying to find a hiding place when it comes their time to die. No hiding place on the mountain, no hiding place in the waters, no hiding place down here, no hiding place. Yeah, I went to the rock to hide my face, but the rock cried out, no hiding place. There's no hiding place down here. You know, when the world catch on fire, there'll be no hiding place. Yeah, when the water starts boiling, there'll be no hiding place. Can't you see all Gambler running? Say, Lord, save my soul. Say, Lord, Lord, have mercy, won't you save my soul? Say, Lord, Lord, have mercy, won't you save my soul? No hiding place down here, no hiding place. There's no hiding place down here. Yeah, I went to the rock to hide my face, but the rock ran out, no hiding place. There's no hiding place down here.
Ain't no place to hide now, boy. No hiding place. You notice, when they think they got a hiding place coming here, well, I'll say he cut me off. No, you can host the broadcast. Can't say I cut you off when you was in charge. No. You used to always come in here trying to tell me that you had somebody out there that could deal with me or whatnot. Where's all them people that you said could deal with me? Where they at? So, well, that's 4.5 hours. That's long enough. Okay, unmute. Okay. Yes, caller.
Assalamu alaikum.
May walaikum assalam.
So, I mean, I think you misstated when you were talking about the gas exhaust from the cars. You said carbon monoxide. It should be carbon dioxide. That's the greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming and everything. When fossil fuels are burned, they release carbon dioxide.
Oh, so I thought carbon monoxide came out of tailpipes. Thank you for.
But But usually carbon dioxide is released, carbon monoxide is released when the complete combustion of hydrocarbons or fossil fuels.
Well,
that's a dangerous gas.
Well, I know we give off carbon dioxide. That's what we expel. But you know, it's not us that's running, because the carbon dioxide that we give off, plants use it, and they give off oxygen. At least this is what I was taught in school. Now, you know, I'm just telling you what I'm not contradicting you, but they've been telling us that when internal combustion engines burn, they release carbon monoxide. That's what they was telling us.
Yes, sir. Okay. But with the overall use of fossil fuels like gasoline, natural gas, coal, when you burn them in the presence of oxygen, the carbon from the hydrocarbon combines with the oxygen, and one of the byproducts is carbon dioxide. Okay. When carbon dioxide goes in the upper atmosphere, it acts as a blanket to help concentrate the heat.
Oh, I see. You're saying that carbon monoxide it changes to carbon dioxide when certain things are burned. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. I'm saying that the gas that they say that is contributing to global warming it's a byproduct of burning things like gas and coal and natural gas. And because so many people are using it, it's released in the atmosphere at such great amounts. And what carbon dioxide does is it blankets the heat. It keeps the heat from escaping. Mm-hmm. And that's what they say is contributing to global warming. That's why they say Venus is such a hot planet, even though Mercury is closer to the sun than Venus. Venus has a hotter atmosphere because its atmosphere is predominantly carbon dioxide.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'll be glad when we start doing our research ourselves, because they be telling us one thing and then they come back and tell us something else. Just like they used to tell us that the sun, that the earth, the seasons of the earth changed because of the elliptical orbit around the sun, and they was lying to us. Now they tell us that the earth actually makes almost a perfect circle around the sun, and the seasons come from the earth as it's tilted on its axis. The way it's tilted, sometimes it's leaning towards the sun, and then it gets, as it travels around the sun, it's leaning away from the sun. Just like now, the tilt of the earth, that approximately 25-degree tilt at its fulcrum there, or at its axis, it's tilted away, and so the sunlight is diminished the way it hits it, and it causes the effect of winter. You know, so they've been telling us all of these different things, just like when they told us about pi. First they told us pi is 3.14, and that's what they taught us from elementary to, I think, up to junior high or high school. And then later on they changed it to 3.1416, but they never actually told us what pi was. And you hear people say easy as pie. Yeah, easy as pie, when you understand that pi is the same no matter how big the circle is. Do you understand? So, but they never gave us real in-depth knowledge that would make us equal to them. White people just ain't gonna give us knowledge to make us equal to them. As long as we go to them seeking knowledge, then we wind up still word-shipping them. Everything that comes out of our mouth comes from them, word-shipping them. Do you understand? So be careful about just running with what they tell you. I tell you, they said this and they said that. You know. So
You know, but see, when he tell me two different things, then that tell me he don't know no more than I do. Do you understand? He just says it in an authoritative way and make you think that he really knows something that he really does not know. So, you know, but when you look up, you go and check out carbon monoxide, you will discover that that's the byproduct of the internal combustion engine, the burning of fuels and whatnot, just like those butane heaters give off carbon monoxide. That's what they said. Now, you know, they even got detectors that you put in your house for carbon monoxide. You see, you know, so you know, so just be careful what you run with that they tell you. You know, let him come in here and just straighten it out. Come on in, white folks, and tell us. You told us all this other stuff. Come in here and share with us what you tell. Which is it? No, see, when you call him out on something, he see he done told us two different things now. Yeah. See, so that's just a lesson to us to stop thinking that just because they tell us something that it's automatically true. No. Anymore? Yes. What is it?
Hey, Allah, Salam alaikum, man.
May wa alaikum Allah salam.
Yes, sir. I had a question you answered before I could ask you on the business, the ingredient creating inflation. But there was another end I wanted to ask you about. I was thinking that what Saudi Arabia did and the Ukraine situation and all these things happening, it's like they're trying to give the Republicans some talking point that they can attack
Let me tell you something.
The Democrats on.
Let me tell you something.
Is that all consorted?
Let me tell you something. The only thing talking points work on is ignorant minds. Your greatest protection that if the Democrats want to protect the American people, y'all need to get out here and inform the people like inflation. You hear people talk about inflation, but ain't nobody told you that inflation is simply people going up on prices because more money is circulating amongst the people, keeping the poor poor and the rich richer. That's all it is. They see you making more money, so we can charge more money for that. They see more people in the shopping place. Instead of keeping the prices as they are, they go up on the price because the demand is more, they say, and then we go up on the price. We can charge more. It's a seller's market. Greed. So, if the business people would practice what Allah said do unto others as you would have others do unto you. I'm not telling you don't make a profit. Yeah, make a profit. But don't every time the poor man gets a raise, why do you want to raise the prices on everything? To take it away from him. So it's the same as he never got anything. I'm not telling you that you should eat it all. If you go up on the minimum wage and you paying more, then bite the bullet and you pass on some of that cost to the selling of your goods, but don't pass it all on to the selling of your goods. Be willing to raise just a little, but not enough so that the poor man who got a little extra money in his pocket don't see the result of that because you done jacked the prices way up. Treat others like you want to be treated.
They didn't have to go up on no prices. You can't miss what you didn't have. That $2 trillion that they was already paying in taxes that was given away to them, that's more than enough for them to keep the prices right where they at and then let that pass on to the poor man. Wasn't costing you no more. No, you just greedy. And I know what you're doing. I don't like it. And if you don't stop, you ain't going to be here after a while. Now, you mark my words. It's just like you over there. Why would you support? Now, you call yourself a Muslim? And you support naked aggression on people? Allah loves not the aggressor. I'm not going to help no country attack another country. Well, I look like wishing you Godspeed and you are murdering people. That's not Islam. That's not what we are about. You're going to wish you could put them weapons down in a little while. The only reason you got a weapon is because you intend on killing people. Thou shalt not kill. Remember that? That's the law now. You want to go do it? Okay. All right. Okay. Any more questions? Yes, I'm you. May wa alaikum ala salam.
I had a statement and a question. The statement was just a few minutes ago when you and sister was talking. It wasn't so much, I think, the too much different information was given out. I didn't say that right. Two different information. It was just going to be a misunderstanding. What she was saying was correct, and what you were saying was correct. Carbon monoxide. I
didn't say she wasn't correct.
Right. Carbon monoxide is a poison gas that comes from the incomplete combustion of those fuels or fossil fuels. But the complete combustion of it or burning of it is the carbon dioxide is causing the quote unquote global warming. It's one thing for us as human beings to release carbon dioxide when we're breathing. That's considered low levels. But even over 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, we can handle that in those low levels. But cars and things, they produce even more carbon dioxide. It's too much of that. So this invent of electric vehicles and things like that will bring things back into control. So that's what's causing the Earth to overheat. What they're saying is because there's too much carbon dioxide with the fuels.
You're missing what I was saying. I was simply saying that they taught us that fossil fuels, when they're burned, they give off carbon monoxide. They didn't say that fossil fuels gave off carbon dioxide. They said it gives off carbon monoxide.
Right, which as they tell us, people in cars, in their garages, garage closed, they die from carbon monoxide, odorless and all of that kind of thing, and people have died from that. Yes, sir, exactly. But they never did tell us that was also producing carbon dioxide too.
Well, how does it produce both carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide? Now that's what you need to explain to me before we start running off with this stuff.
Yes, sir. And that's where our scientist sister just taught me something, because I just looked it up and she was talking about it. Carbon monoxide is considered the result from incomplete combustion of fossil fuels.
Okay, now what happens? Just a moment. Now, what happens that the carbon monoxide is turned into carbon dioxide? How does it finish getting burned to become carbon dioxide?
That's that's the lesson I wanted to get from her, because it sounds like it's a difference between complete combustion and incomplete combustion.
Well, that's what I just asked. That's what I was saying. I wasn't calling nobody. I didn't say the sister was giving wrong information. I was telling she was only giving me what was given to her. Yes, I just want to know, how does this extra burning take place?
Right. What is meant by?
Where did it come from? Come on, white folks. I know y'all listening. Come on, help us out here.
Right.
Dude, I'm not gonna sit up here and try to pretend I know something I don't know. I don't know how you convert after the automobile releases it. How does it get changed from carbon monoxide to carbon dioxide? Burn how?
Until to come back on, I can read it.
Maybe these forest fires and stuff like that. That burning out there in the west, when the air catch on fire, when you have a forest fire and the carbon monoxide is in the air, then it gets reburned like that. Is that what you're saying? So I mean, I'm all for learning, but I can't run with something just because you tell it to me. I need to understand it.
May Allah salam alaikum.
May walaikum Allah salam.
I mean, I was taught in organic chemistry that when you have sufficient oxygen, when you burn those fossil fuels in enough oxygen, that's where you have carbon dioxide release. Like in a closed garage where it's less oxygen, or in your home or something, it's not burning correctly. That's when it's not enough oxygen. That's when the carbon monoxide.
Oh, okay. So out on the street, it's carbon dioxide that come out the tailpipe.
Yes, sir.
But inside of an enclosed area, it turns from carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide.
Well, it doesn't turn it into carbon monoxide just because there's less oxygen. Carbon monoxide only has one oxygen atom, and carbon dioxide has two. So when it's less oxygen...
Just a moment. I wasn't saying that you turning carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide. I'm saying that what you just said says that in an enclosed area, because it's enclosed and not enough oxygen in the air, it's not burned like it should, and it's called carbon monoxide because it's not fully burned. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I'm a listener. I don't just be, I mean, I'm not trying to say we believe in alchemy. What's that thing they try to turn gold into lead or whatnot? You can't turn carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide. I mean, they're two different things. But if it's not completely burned, it becomes carbon monoxide. And that's what I got out of what you said. And if that's what I was supposed to get out of it, that's what I was asking you. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Anybody else had something they wanted to ask? I didn't hear you. Brother Derek, what was your question you wanted to ask me?
I was just gonna save it for another day. Yeah.
Huh?
I was just gonna ask.
I mean, I ain't rushing out of here. I mean, look. I mean, if you got a question you want to ask.
Okay, I didn't mind waiting. Wonderful lesson in chemistry today. My specific question was, when you mentioned the scripture about being in, let me I've been thinking about chemistry now. Basically, you being kept in the day of temptation that should come upon all the inhabitants of the earth. My specific question was, instead of just assuming, because by the words we know what it means, what is meant by the day of temptation? I just thought it might be more to that than what it sounds like.
You in it now. The day where everybody is being tried with all types of evil and wickedness. Temptation is temptation. Anything that tempts you is testing you, is trying you. And so, in all of your affliction, I'm afflicted. And what is an affliction other than something that tends to weaken you? So that is so Allah said He would keep me in this day. I couldn't save you if Allah didn't save me. So, as He said, we granted abiding to no mortal, abiding forever to no mortal before thee. If thou diest, will they abide? So I'm your salvation, so Allah is preserving me. Do you understand? He put me here to save the rest of y'all. So, any more questions? Yes.
I know you're talking about the carbon dioxide, but the main reason that's causing global warming is the fact that the carbon dioxide is so much that it is destroying the ozone layer, and that's what's creating the global warming. But it's not that.
Well, let me set all y'all's mind at ease about this. You ain't finna destroy the planet. The scripture says the time has come that thou shouldest destroy them who destroy you. You see, to destroy the earth is to destroy the earth's potential or ability to produce and to do that which it was designed to produce and do. And we're not finna let that happen. So they waking up. They trying to put a stop to all of the stuff that they know is detrimental to the planet. They ain't doing that out of the goodness of their heart. They doing that out of the need to survive themselves. We're not gonna let you destroy the earth. So, any more questions or statements? Anybody have they want to ask me? Well, then I'm going to let you go. That's 5 hours. That's long enough. So may Allah bless us and keep us safe and in our right minds. And we'll start off on chapter 9 with Jeffrey Berman's book. If it pleases Allah, we'll start on it tomorrow at our in our class. So, those who are hungry and thirsty for Allah's truth, for His righteousness, may Allah grant you peace, and may He grant you long life and peace. May Allah's salam alaikum. And
this session is no longer being recorded.
And keep us in our right mind. May Allah's salam alaikum.
Goodbye.